As we are once again. I share relays. I didn't even start on the login screen as I normally do. Already pressed the spacebar. But that's fine, as we do appear to be alive upon this internet. And the bitrate's going everywhere, and titles changed, and everything's set up, and also set to public. And is my audio working correctly? She haven't had much issues with my audio in the last few weeks. I'm hoping that that is due to the changes that they made to Easy Anti-Cheat, so that's good. Because we haven't had an audio cutout and then desync in forever, I feel. And yeah, let's actually, as the title says, we're gonna record a thing about visualizing stats and then go from there. So for the background, I need it to be somewhere where there is some maybe we'll do it in Haven. That's I don't really care too much about like setting it up perfectly. That would actually be funky if I could. Maybe we go meet Dragov with our Dragov. Because I will just use the Dragov suit. Yeah, we'd have to do the whole mission to get there. That's the annoying part. We just do it on normal or something. Nah. Let's just use we'll just use the safe house here with the colors and stuff. There's also a whiteboard here, although all of them have the whiteboard of the bounties kind of thing, so we'll use that maybe as the thing we're looking at. And hey there, Sour.
Entering safe area.
Because we can kind of use this as a drag off looking at the map kind of view of it. Let's actually load up something which has maybe feel that shotgun looks pretty decent, likely on the back. Yeah, that's what's cooler than a big AK, a big AK based shotgun. Oh yeah, I forget. This is also one of the few suits that the arm patch is not there. It's there. I don't think. Is this the only one? I think there was another one where I was just like, oh hey, this is the second one that kind of does it this way. But I'll say actually, I should have done some more prep work than I did, but I got caught up in doing some work stuff and then quickly getting home, taking a shower, eating something. So in the end, I didn't set it all up. Oh, actually, yeah, let me set up, because we'll make a copy of this. So this will be renamed 250310, and then Viz stats. Because I need a Google Drawn. And yeah, maybe we go directly into an intro. Let's make sure all of these are working. Oh, actually, I can use this, of course. Yeah, that can be my chalkboard, because yeah, it's the background that is normally used for for build pictures. So it fits exactly in that capture. But then yeah, let's actually start by recording ourselves here. An intro. You know what? Let's maybe try go for something a little half cinematic-y. That's a little too fast, but mostly finally we have the drag-off mask, so I kind of want to show it off. Or run it in something because I can go back like this and then have it this be. Something like that. There isn't math on that thing, but it's kind of fine. Anyway, we still drag off his clothes. And yeah, he did Denison and Choler, and then they're there. And Brando as well. So we meet again, indeed. We keep meeting like this. Yeah, let's actually wait. Let's set up this first. Because do I have? Because yeah, this I could take. Because yeah, we'll go with the heartbreaker pieces here. Because also, yeah, I kind of actually forgot to. Did I write it down as a note? No, of course not. That would be too good. Because we'll do heartbreaker, definitely negotiator. I feel is an obvious one, and then from there we'll see. But first, let's just take an intro here. Also, yeah, I'm still like moist from biking home and taking a quick shower. How do I actually? What's the control for that? If I capture. Wait, there is no height. Wait, where is? Oh wait, that's under more controls. What is the height UI? This one. Okay. That's what I get for not using a controller often, but yeah, we can do smooth pans if we do it that way. I feel that kind of movement would be enough already. Just as a smoothish intro. Yeah, let's get going. What was my name again? Oh yeah, and this is in-depth look, right? Because I'm gonna actually take it from a rambling talk into an in-depth look. Mostly because the simple calcs one was also an in-depth look thing. So it's more than a rambling talk, I feel. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into visualizing stats. And yeah, we're gonna look at how we look at things. You see, it is very important for us to do that. As actually one of the things that we can do, instead of calculating things out, you can actually already derive a lot of information by just tallying off what brand bonuses and what stats you're gonna get on builds. This will actually be an easy way to avoid some of the more obvious mistakes that I see some people sometimes make, as it might feel smart to, for instance, as we'll look into in a few seconds, into maybe running a few pieces of a gear set for some of their bonuses. And generally, unless you really know what you're doing, you're going to be doing that wrong. As there are places where, for instance, 3-piecing Hotshot or 3-piecing Breaking Point makes some sense. Same for instance, 2-piecing Cavalier in some ways for that status effect or the hazard protection that it has. But generally in crit chance, crit damage form, it doesn't. So yeah, let's go and actually kind of look at those factors as we'll go through some builds, and where normally you would kind of do this in your heads or just on paper. We'll actually take the stats from in the game, put them side by side kind of. But eventually this is a skill that I would kind of advise to instill in yourself. After a while, it is pretty easy to just go, okay, if I go this route, I gain this stat, this stat, this stat. If I go this route, I gain these stats. Take just what the differences are, because that's, of course, what we're going to look at today. Everything that is the same between them, that's the same. Just where they differ, we'll put them up against each other and see the bigger picture. So yeah, let's go have that in-depth look into looking at things. And yeah, we'll cut it off there. That's the bigger reason that I made it into an in-depth look instead of a rambling talk, just because I wanted to make that joke. And yeah, indeed, and we're gonna get a video ready because yeah, if so, I'm keeping since the start of this year, I've been trying to keep to a schedule. I've kind of here and there sometimes not been on the schedule, but actually usually moving a video forward a day, just especially for the global events and stuff, for the in-depth look into those or the only tips into those. But I've been trying to hit basically a main video every 4 days, and then interspersed in those is every 2 days, or well, also in a 4-day schedule is the shorts. But yeah, they're kind of so you got a main or normal video, and then you get a short 2 days later, and then a main video, and then a short. So I've been trying to keep that going. Yeah, this is tomorrow. We need a video if we want to hit that. So that means. For a second there, I thought this guy was 16, and I was like, wait, how did the... Also, I didn't see the SHD icon. I was like, wait, how is a 16 here? Because that would still be somewhat impossible. Although, actually, no. Well, no, you can't join Woni until you're 30, right? Yeah, so... So let's go with this. Well, actually, wait, do we go with something else to start off with? What would be a good build for that? Well, I mean, this is kind of fine, right? Although the annoying thing here is, so yeah, let's go maybe with a group of mask. Does she have a group of mask? In fact, actually, she has a group of holster, doesn't she? Providence. Actually, I will make the thing as we go. I think we'll bring up this. And this is basically what this whole concept is about. You just literally take all the stats that you were going to get. You know, I'm actually going to have more stats than we're going to get. So if I went 2 pieces of Heartbreaker, I actually don't have a mask. I realize now. So we get this. But actually, I can equip 2 pieces now. Just to have equipped them. So it's not grayed out like that. Yeah, so... What would this knee pad be, Red? Oh, she also has a red Heartbreaker, of course. That one actually does have the mask. Let's just, yeah, let's go there. All we've got. That is a thing. Oh, that's why. Actually, maybe I should go here so the game is also on the screen, because that one is more for the scene for later. So get that. We get this. I get this. And this. Also, actually, that 13 headshot isn't correct. Because it's actually the third piece provenance. Yeah, so let's get that again. And let's actually go. Actually, what I should do, yeah, let's do that. Just to help the visualization. Let's go back to Providence. Actually, that has a crit chance minor. I'm gonna steal this from somewhere else. Because it doesn't really matter what our stats in the game are. It only matters what they're at here. And yeah, I don't want to per se. We'll just take it from here. Not the same mask, but doesn't matter. And then yeah. This one as well. And yeah, so Providence there, grouping. Yeah, let me catch up here. And 8 or 12. Watching YouTube, but I was wondering, do you prefer Twitch or YouTube? Whatever works easiest for you. On my end, it doesn't really make a real difference. And that's also why I stream on both, because for instance, for myself as well, I have YouTube Premium, so if I can catch a stream on YouTube, I generally prefer that for myself, just because I have that. But then, of course, on Twitch, you have other things. For instance, the drops going on right now, although even though not over here, of course, but yeah, whichever one you prefer. That's also why I just do it on both, so people can kind of pick whichever one works the best for them. For me, it like doesn't make a difference practically or financially or something like that. Whichever one is the easiest for the person watching. Is there any better LMG than Military Max 46 for Striker, Solo, or secondary to Elmos? MG5 is definitely a contender as well. Plus, I think, wait, actually, oh no, wait, that's the military, or is that the Para? No, it's M249 Para, right? Because in that family as well, I'm pretty certain the M249 Para, the shortened version, not the big one, is technically the top one, right? If I remember right. Or was that? Oh, I'm misremembering. You can actually check. I guess I can just not that one. Because MG5 is definitely a contender. MG5 is technically ahead. Now as well that the reload time of it is basically an AR. It's definitely a decent contender. Let's grab the Mark 46. We'll equip that. Where's that? No. Shifted around there anymore. Just making sure as well that I don't have any handling mods equipped on it, because that's of course a deal as well. Because yeah, this is definitely better than, well, that's unhinged. This one's better than this by a little bit. And yeah, these bars, they're not like everything, but especially within those three, the handling is about the same. Oh, actually, no, they're the same. At least according to this. This has nothing going for it right now. Neither does this. Let's actually mod this one up as well. Just that. Wait, I thought one of them was ahead. Am I just misremembering? I thought the Pyro was ahead. But doesn't seem to be. Oh wait, is this a Pyro? No, it's a 46. This is also 46, that's right. I am an idiot. Never mind me. At least I found my mistake there. Show me LMGs. There. Oh no, the military Mark 46 is actually the better one. Okay, yeah, no, so shit. Although by the tiniest of margins there. That one is at least even a smaller gun. Because those three have basically the same recoil pattern. Sometimes between guns, I feel like the Mark 16 has like a different recoil pattern between the three versions, but yeah, that was not so much. Sorry again, so I was on follow which weapon you were checking. Oh yeah, no, sorry, I was also just checking. But yeah, in the end, the military Mark 16. But otherwise, yeah, the MG5 is a contender as well. Like just versus those three. Because MG5, and then you want this version, the not infantry one. Also, it fits a little bit more cleanly in a lot of builds, which is kind of handy, and especially Striker. But in the end, actually, yeah, it is the military Mark 46, which I think is exactly a thing that I looked up at some other time, and then I misremembered it there. Which is impressive on my part, but... Yeah, I should, at some point, one of the things I want to make is just a graphic that just exactly does that. Just has, you know, the weapons that have multiple types, and then just has, like, them ranked in order. I should just definitely make that. Yeah, let's record this segment here. So we're gonna go into this, and then I go here. Yeah, make it a little bit bigger, and then we can go around. So we'll leave that there. Is what I'm doing correct here? Yeah, right. Yeah, and then we'll do it that way. And hey there, buddy. And yeah, I'm having a nice and relaxed day today. As yeah, I got to stream even in the morning for once, which was new. Starting pretty early and going into the afternoon. And now we get to have some fun over here. And yeah, I should remember to full screen the game in between taking pictures, because then it fills up the full screen. Otherwise, it's... But yeah, we start here. Yeah, let's let's start explaining. And yeah, let's first explain kind of what I mean when I say visualizing stats. As you know, we're not reaching out with our third eye and really, you know, feeling the crit chance. No, it's literally visualizing stats. We're taking them and kind of just as they are and putting them up against each other. And the way to kind of do it as well is just basically as well tallying off against each other. So let's say here I'm running a glass thread, one of the classics, just picked as random as a subject for this. And yeah, this of course we could run it with a coyote or something as a different piece and stuff. But what some people think sometimes is a good idea is, and you may have seen this out in the wild, is to put two pieces of Heartbreaker here, because we have, of course, there an AR, Not have LMG, but we could have an LMG secondary. But we have an AR, and we could get bonuses for the AR. Now, of course, this usually as well, this wouldn't be in this. This would be maybe more in a Gen 2 style where we have Cheska plus Fenris maybe already. But that's just to illustrate kind of the points. Would this be a good choice? And can we actually get to knowing if this is a good choice just by visualizing the stats as we kind of talked about? And for that, I've already prepped a little bit of a drawing here. And I'll link the final version. We'll actually have all of the comparisons we'll do today kind of in here. And I'll make them a little smaller so they'll all fit. But then for the current one, we'll have it up here in a little bit bigger. We're going to zoom in a little bit. We can already kind of, tally them off against each other and visualize them. So we have taken the two pieces that have changed because everything else, of course, is the same. Every other piece is exactly as it was. We could, in the same way, compare them, but they would be the exact same. But even here as well, we still have just the mask and we have the holster of both of those pieces going with Heartbreaker or going with the Grupo and the Providence there. We have the brand bonuses, the two-piece bonuses over there, and then for Heartbreaker, and then their stats here. So what actually are we even comparing then between these two? Because there is still quite a lot the same. So actually what I'm going to do here is, take away the parts that are the same. So we have that, we have this, that's the same. This two crit damages here is the same, but here we have an extra crit chance, right? So let's just crop to that. So here we have a crit chance and the brand bonus. Now the brand bonuses are of course going to compare on the two pieces here again as well. With the our Grupo piece there, we can take away the two cores. The cores are the same, so it's going to be the same between them. And as well, actually this crit damage gets to go away, and what we'll do here is actually do the same. And for instance here, crop this out. Now, of course, generally this, well, you don't need to go as intricate as I'm doing here. This is usually what I'm doing in my head when somebody asks, hey, would this be better than this? Would this be in some way better than that? And this is the mechanic that you use for that. So now we're left with just this. So we have a 15 assault rifle damage versus 12 crit chance and 26 crit damage. Now, as you already might guess, that's not a good trade at all. The numbers are already bigger, but 12 crit chance and 26 crit damage, you can kind of relate them as well in the way that brand bonuses then work. Normally on Grupo, for instance, as we have it here, we have 13 crit damage. On Fenris, we would have 10 weapon damage. So generally, they're in a ratio of about a 1.3 to 1, right? We have a lot more than 1.3 here. And from that, you can kind of derive, even without calculating, that in most settings, this would be a bad idea. Now, there could, of course, still be an argument to be made, because there are places where, for instance, using a few pieces of gear sets, even without using the 4-piece, because quite often we say, like, never use anything unless 4 pieces. That's also not true, because there are places where, for instance, headshot especially. So for hotshot, with having just needing 1 stat per item, basically, and that just being headshot, because that's our damage component, usually we put weapon handling next to it. There you have a much better chance, but when it's crit chance, crit damage, it adds up pretty quick. Because here, we're taking up 12 crit chance, which already would be close to equivalent to this 15. And then we have another 26 crit damage on top of that. And that means that, two-piecing Hardwire or a Heartbreaker as we have here is, you can just see from this already, is a bad choice. Just 26 crit damage by itself would likely be equivalent, or more so even, than the 15 assault rifle damage. And then we have another 12 crit chance on top. Now, of course, in some of things, it's less obvious. And as well, one of the things you could argue, of course, is, we could go, for instance, if we already had some of the brand bonuses already, and we would run out of these brand bonuses, then we could get ourselves into trouble, right? Except not really, because there's always an option. And let's go look at that versus Negotiator. Let me catch up on the chats here. As yeah, that one's in the bag. I feel good about it. I didn't stumble too much. I didn't mumble too much. And it's just, is it just 5 minutes? Okay. Because this one doesn't need to be too long either. For once, we're just discussing one concept and giving a few premises. Oh yeah, let me catch up. I finally got the mask. Yep. Yeah, same here. And yeah, did it eventually fix itself? I'm hoping it has done so for everybody. At one point, re-equipping the gear or the suit gave me the mask. So they seem to have fixed that up. I was wondering, is every single replica one identical to the regular version? There's no weird case as one slight differences or anything. Historically, there has been, but that's only historically. I don't think currently there is anyone that is different. So there was a time when I actually remember what it exactly was. It was one of the ARs. It wasn't a popular AR back then. It was one of the ARs had like a different base at some point. I don't actually even remember if it was higher or lower. I think it was higher because otherwise we wouldn't care. But that was like for half of a patch before they fixed it. And there was even actually, so one of the more famous ones is the RPK. I know that one here. The RPK, the replica one actually had a pouch. So you could put the plus 50 in there instead of the normal version, which had, a mag. So currently, I don't think there's any differences between any of them. Because also that RPK one got fixed. Like that was like in year one and got fixed in year one. So that's a long time ago. Let's use it from earlier. So variants to see if their handling was the same. I've never like per se tested them on handling characteristics, but for instance, I can say that on second and third account when we started out, I crafted a bunch of weapons and stuff to use them. At least for those, it kind of all felt the same. On their stats, they at least show the same stats on all of them. It's just one of those things, yeah. Well, no, they were always meant to just be, the crafted version, and you just had to, like, that was just a signifier, so it's crafted, but of course also has to have the source for that. So it wasn't even that useful. And Avoris, what's the best way to get Emperor's knee pads with 1% armor gen? Does it drop in countdown? If you mean the 1% source, yeah, the Emperor's Guard. Emperor's Guard is not available through countdown. It is a DZ/PvP item, which means that, well, it drops in the DZ and from PvP, but you can also get it out of caches. So named caches is usually the better way. Sometimes the countdown third vendor or the third slot in that vendor can have DZ items and stuff. We actually had Emperor's Guard in there a long time ago. You can also get the blueprints from Descent. I'll link actually to the I'll link to the TL targeted loot guide there. Actually, oh yeah, that command doesn't work on YouTube. I forget every time to add it. But actually, I'll copy this one to YouTube as well, which is the. Yeah. If you go to the named one of these, so this goes. Actually, I showed it as well. This goes over here, and this actually has these two graphics, and it shows which items are DZ. So there's one for the weapons, and then one for the gear. So wherever it says DZ, those are the PvP/DZ items, and mostly for most people, it will be you'll get them out of named caches. You'll with global events and stuff, or get a bunch of named caches and you can get them. Right? Keep in mind that the Emperor's Guard isn't like regen builds aren't the greatest. So also, yeah, you're not missing out on much with not having it unless you just want it for collection. It's issue with tomorrow's scout, and we fixed the 18th of March. It's on the trail board. Apparently, Black Dust doesn't spawn in downtown East, I think. Okay. Oh, does it need like Black Tusk enemies in some way in downtown East, and it's not invaded per se? I mean, there would still be ways around that, but yeah, there wouldn't be any easy things, right? Because we couldn't per se count on the snitch. I mean, you could get snitch bounties till you get it. Till you get a black tusk one or something. Yeah, let's actually go and work on this one for a second because yeah, we'll clean up the table kind of. So just delete all these. Yeah, so we'll take these. Likely we'll do 3 comparisons. Oh yeah, that's the one I wanted to do, the new gear set refactor. As well. Yep.
Welcome back. Did you miss me? I know you're hankering for more news, but you're gonna have to wait a bit. I got some tunes coming up for you first.
Let's have that be here. Although, can't even make that a little bit bigger. I think I may have squashed it a little bit. Yeah. That looked weird. Oh, also I've messed that up somehow. Let's just, yeah. Yeah. Well, as well, she doesn't have any no, what am I saying? It's like, this character doesn't have any negotiate. Her literal signature build is negotiate. So yeah, let's get kind of set up in the same way. So take another high-end red again. Yeah. Well, let's actually, do I have a Grupo chest? I do. I even have a Fenris holster. Okay.
What? You're still here? It's Rick Velassi with Wouldn't You Know It? And I'm glad you stuck around. President Ellis. The words leave a bad taste in your mouth, don't they? They do in mine. Like I've been rinsing my mouth out with slime. Hey, who is this guy anyway? Yeah,
what do I put here actually as a...
What do we really know about him? I heard
Because all of these already rely on like taking bad choices.
Does that make black government? Or is Ellis really a deep state actor working for the powers that be to consolidate their authority in the wake of everything?
Because yeah, we'll do the negotiator and then we'll do...
I'm gonna have my eye on Ellis to see which way he squirms. Cool your jets, people. Got some music coming up for you now.
Hot shots, 3-piece. And then we'll do a refactor. Yeah. So let's do this one. Well, yeah, it doesn't just in no way really make sense anyway. There's no good pieces to give up. Well, let's say, yeah. So we're using that, for instance. So yeah. Okay, do I have... She doesn't have a Fenris backpack, right? Do you have a Fenris backpack in the stash, maybe? I should, right? Because we can take this. Oh, well, not Fenris, actually, Petrov. Oh, yeah, actually, I do have a Petrov backpack, right? Did I put it back? 12 here. Yeah. So this out for 12 for a sec. That'll just look weird with a with edit. Versus the last one. Okay, so like this, right? Although, well, actually, yeah. So, oh yeah, that's the thing. This is the point where like you could make it make sense, right? Because we have already Petrov. So what do we put here? Is then the question. They still have those reds. Might have some still. I actually have this one. So how much crit chance are we on? Actually, how much crit chance are we actually on? Still at 60. Wait, how much more than... How much are we over by? 10. Okay. And then we go mask and thingy instead, right? Maybe. We gotta make this good. Like, this is the thing. Like, a bunch of people just put two-piece negotiator and a bunch of stuff, and it never makes sense. But trying to even make something like where it would make sense to maybe even consider two-piece is like breaking my brain here. Because yeah, we're gonna go. Although yeah, we would go through the crit chance here, so this doesn't also make sense that much, man. I mean, the answer is three-piece Lingmo, right? That's we turn it into that. As well, the mask wouldn't make sense as an improvised. That's also why like both things is some like it's so awkward for high ends. Let me catch up here for a second, and then here my on all platforms. Oh, do you mean when the game itself? No, I'm only on PC. Anything today's specialism weapon expertise does not sync with hardcore characters. No. Well, so it's not. It doesn't. It's per character. The expertise on the weapon, on the specialization. It's not like the skills. It's not a cat wide. It's per character. Even on the softwares together. Yeah. So yeah, let's just take this then as it's not a good setup, but I mean, yeah, we should just go sacrifice, and then we can push the Providence here again. Well, this is basically the exact same comparison. Is the thing. That's fine though. Yeah, let's take. Let's take the screenshots from here. Because I want to show it even if you run out of brand bonuses, that's kind of the whole point. So we're not blacked out here. Let's also refresh this for a second.
It's Rick Velassi with Wouldn't You Know It,
Let's move over here when I do this.
Black Tusk have been playing a tug-of-war with the Pentagon. It's funny they're fighting so hard over the world's largest office building. Except, maybe it isn't. Yeah, maybe there's still some scary shit down in the Pentagon basements that they're trying to get their hands on. Some experimental laser crap or something.
So crooked. Let's fix that up before we use that.
All right. I'm tired of talking. Yeah, it can happen. So let me get some music going for you.
Actually, a mod has a different icon at the start of it, so let's maybe just use that. So this will be an improvised piece. And also in this case, we'll just go like, we don't care where it exactly is. It's more about just trading two pieces improvised for two pieces negotiated. Or is it even, it's even three pieces, right? Oh yeah, it's three pieces actually. So we'll need three of these. Should just copy paste them. Because they're the same. But you know what? We'll make them all separately so it kind of actually visually looks interesting and not just a copy the whole time. No, actually, yeah, let's put because I might need one crit chance mod here and then just beat the negotiator numbers outright. Let's actually quickly equip three pieces of negotiator. Because also, yeah, I would hope that basically everybody knows this is a bad idea. But let's show why it's a bad idea without even calculating it too much. Want to try pistols and which build to go? Which one suggests? 111, 14, 408, 510. They're all different kind of, well, I mean, because yeah, some of those are headhunters, some of them are, or well, the 14 is a tech tank. So that one is a little bit different than the rest. Because yeah, the other ones are headhunters there. The Headhunter's Fury is pretty easy to put together, and that one is likely the best one to start with. That high-end one requires a little bit more usually work. Because yeah, with the Headhunter's Fury, it's already red pieces and stuff. So you can try that out and see which one if you like headhunting gameplay. Because then 114 is much more of like it's more of a tech tank kind of gameplay. You're just continuously putting out damage and then hiding behind a big shield. I would say though, yeah, try to head on this Fury first out, and then which is the 111. Actually, let me double check that on right on all of those, because yeah, 111 is head on this Fury indeed, and then 114 is the pistol, and then 408 should be the high end pistol, right? I think so that's the high end one, and then 5 something is actually 510 was it? Yeah. So actually maybe that's 510 if you have a memento already, which I would think you would. Although this needs that DNH chest really to be really good. And that DNH chest is sometimes annoying to get. I don't remember if you can craft for it though. Actually, I don't think you can. I think you can craft DNH backpacks, but not chests. That's also why the Headhunter's Fury is a little bit easier. But those two are just a memento difference kind of with each other. But I would say, yeah, try out Headhunter's Fury. Do get a harvest. The guy should still be available. Also, we'll see actually till when that guy actually stays available, because that's he's been there for quite a while. But especially kind of like the 111, the 408, the 510, they're kind of the same play style. They're all headhunters. You're trying to like hit a head, and then either if you're with the Regulus, you're kind of, you know, continuously trying to hit heads. Otherwise, you're trying to, if you have determined, you're just body shotting. And then that 114 is much more like a tech tank. It's a tech tank with a big shield, and you're clicking a lot, so you have to be up for that as well. So, but all of them are kind of good. So let's get these stats in. So we would have actually, so I'll put that up there. I lost already what the third one was gonna be. Oh yeah, Hacha. in a minute. And actually, yeah, no. So this would just still be club as well. So this would be the same as that. So still like that. Yeah. Let's take it back here and give it kind of an intro kind of thing, and then go from there. Wait, what's the hand? Is this actually handier? Because we could also change one of the mods if we really wanted to. So on this end, so if we tally this up against this, so we have a chance and a damage, another chance and damage, and another chance and damage, right? Yeah, so yeah. Actually, yeah, we have 18 there even, so we even exceed that. Yeah, so let's go here. Actually, yeah, let's do this. Grupo. Yeah. So wait, actually, how much are we on? We're still on 68. Hollow Man? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, let's just go with this. It's fine. Yeah, let's bring this in. Yeah, let's go for this. And we come back to this, where we have made more horrible choices. And of course, I would hope most people that enjoy my content and kind of are a little bit deeper into it and are willing to learn will already kind of know 3-piecing Negotiator is a bad idea. Why not just go that 4-piece if you're in deep into it? But sometimes people do. Sometimes they give the explanation of, for instance, with a Bullet King nowadays, if you have a crit chance 3rd stat and then also have some crit chance here, you don't need that extra crit chance rolls here, even though they're kind of going for these pieces here, having the crit chance. But sometimes, and I've seen this out in the wild, and I would think most people at some point will have seen somebody three-piecing Negotiator. Because it does give 15 crit chance, 20 crit damage. That sounds like a lot for the two-piece and the three-piece. But of course, actually, the four-piece is where it gets good. If we take this up into this viewing again, if we actually look at these and kind of tally it off against what is, of course, always an option, because one of the things is you might run out of brand bonuses, right? That's sometimes the argument of like, oh, but there aren't any good brand bonuses remaining for me, because, for instance, if we kind of go back here, we're already at crit cap, actually, and yeah, we can't put a Cheska in here. We already have Petrov, we already have Grupo. What do I put in here? The actual answer, of course, would be you would have a Contractor's Glove and a Fox's Prayer, because their bonuses are pretty good. You could even put in a Pika Rose. Besides the point, let's say we can't think of any bonuses. They don't exist. We're in year one, even though back then it was quite different, but let's not digress into that. What we can always do is use one of these pieces. Now here I have one set up for protection from elite for a PFE build, but we have improvised. So yeah, we can, if we were to put ourselves to that, we could have a red score, crit chance, crit damage, and then we could have a 12 crit damage mod. That can effectively be the brand bonus, and especially that's why I've picked these three slots that we have here. Those are all three slots we could put improvised pieces into. So if we go back, on the left side, we have 3 pieces of improvised gear. On the right side, we have 3 pieces of negotiator. Of course, the improvised actually are even 1 crit damage less than Grupo. They are 1 crit or 2 crit chance less than, for instance, a Cheska. But of course, if we're kind of going in with the discussion of like, okay, we're already, we don't need this stinking crit chance, even though you're kind of going towards it with that. But let's say that is the reasoning. Let's tally them off again against each other. This improvised against this negotiator. Let's actually do that. I'm going to grab, of course, on this end, we're just going to be left with, in this side, 1 crit chance. And that weapon damage and crit damage that we had, those can go to the side. They tally off against each other. So we can move this down. So we have a crit chance and a crit damage here already. And as you may see, that might be the pattern, of course, because what we get here again is we have a weapon damage and 1 crit damage. So let's tally those off against each other as well. That crit damage disappears. These 2 stats go away. Same here, of course. That weapon damage and that crit damage get to go to the side. They're the same. Here as well, we've tallied off this 1 crit damage, basically. So yeah, we're left here with 3 crit chances and 3 crit damages. Simple maths tells us that is 18 crit chance, 3 times 6, and 36 crit damage. So we're taking up 18 crit chance, and we have 36 crit damage. And that is why we don't do 3 pieces or 2 pieces of negotiator. It is just not in our best interest to do so, because we can just get more numbers and the same basically numbers out of, for instance, even if we run out of brand bonuses out of these. Because keep in mind as well, if we still have a spot for a Grupo or a Cheska or something, we can go with those. And of course, in the build that we had there with it being high-end pieces, the better choice would be, for instance, to, even if you wanted to keep the Bullet King, to go Rate of Fire there, losing yourself a little bit of crit chance. And then you could sneak in Contractors and a Fox's Prayer, for instance, for some increased damage. But even without those, even up against improvised pieces, 3-piece negotiator just fails outright. And that's why we don't use it that way. And hopefully illustrating it once more, that's a bad idea, but people still do it, and I still see it out in the wild. Let's actually now go with one that is a good idea.
And the rogue agents just generally hate everybody. Is that clear? Crystal. Now, I don't have a dog in this fight, but
Yeah. So we'll just keep basically the pieces that have
if I'm reading them right, there is,
remained off of each of these.
the system, the power,
Yep, that's the background. That's not what I want.
using the crisis to cement their authority.
that one there. Let me catch up here for a second. And hey there, Randy. And yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. Hope everybody's enjoying their Monday. And I was about to say Tuesday because I took a very long nap in the afternoon, so it feels like, oh well, no, Tuesday. I was about to say Tuesday. I mean, because yeah, took a way too long a nap in the afternoon because kind of had to recover from the weekend, but I'm feeling goods now after a few good meals and a few good hours of rest. What does more damage, Oreo or Elmo's? Overall, Oreo. Like, Elmo is still not, you know. Elmo never was that super competitive versus talented ARs and stuff. Elmo still keeps up, or well, not keeps up, but is in the ballpark of a measure attack vector. Just still pretty good. Thing is though that yeah, killer attack vector exists and goes way past. Yeah. But keep in mind that yeah, that like situationally, because yeah, kind of in general, of course, but situationally, you could do more damage with the Elmo than with the Oreo because just range differences, optimal range differences, and stuff like that. But also, neither of those are really top in category at all anymore. Like Elmo's used to be a general pick, especially for its like super nice handling and decent enough damage. But now I would just, yeah, I'd go with something else. Like Killer and Measured being so much higher than it nowadays are. We'll deal with the handling of, oh, and then as well, Lexington, you know, which doesn't handle so bad with its high amounts. So what was the next one? Hotshot. Yeah, let's actually for that, let's swap characters because I don't have a hotshot here.
Agent, priority objective available.
Safe area detected.
Actually, oh, does she have a Fox's Prayer set up for headshots? No. We can take one from the stash up lane. No, I don't actually have any. We can recalibrate one. Or we can even fake it. It's gonna be in the same safe house for continuity's sake. And that's gonna set up this part first.
Safe area entered.
I'll just fake it for now. Yeah. Keep forgetting to not be in full screen. Because yeah, we'll do this one and then we'll do Virtuoso. Snipping tool. Like that there. That's honestly the video. We don't need to keep pounding on the points, but yeah, I wanted to show two bad ideas and then one good idea and then one like the one where because I've seen a lot of people go like no, actually I've been saying Virtuoso. I mean Refactor. I've been going like Refactor can't do the same damage as a high-end setup, and it's just like, no, it's 5 off. It's literally 5 weapon or 5 skill damage being like high-ends can have other things. But yeah, high-ends don't get that much more. So Well, actually, wait, do I even need this? No. I need the other pieces. Whoopsie. Yeah, let's get the hotshot pieces first. Mm. Okay. The 3-piece bonus is dragging the background. So that's right. That's the. Do I even have a piece of Habsburg? Oh, that's not my stash. Oh, yeah, actually, we do, right? We have 2 pieces of Habsburg. Oh, not on her. Because actually, I put this in the stash, and I should just have that shitty chest I have with headshot Crescentia. So let's equip these. Just for the. And then. Oh shit, 1-piece Providence somewhere. The bonus. Okay. And these would all be headshots. Let's put mods in here. Am I blind? I am blind. Headshot mod in here. Yeah, let's kind of line these up. Let's go if there's a gap on that side. Let's just line up the stats starting on kind of on the same spot. Okay, so that, and then honestly, we'll just copy paste this for this one just to be faster. And then that one would be yeah, let's just take the same. Although let's cut it out again so we don't, when we show the crop, accidentally. Okay. So Back to hotshot there. Back to chain killer here. Actually, yeah, let's keep those in our inventory for a second. Let me catch up on chat and then we'll do this this one. So love touching, but going all out on max size and sacrificing damage is another trap I see a lot if we haven't already covered it. Yeah, the thing is though that requires actual DPS calculation. We can't say the thing with these ones is it's especially for the quick ones like this, just crit versus crit, because the second we also have we have 10 detox. How much is that worth in crit damage? Like it becomes nebulous. Same for max size, like how until you actually look at the burst and sustains, you can't go like, oh, we have this much more crit damage, but we have this much more max size. Like, what's heavier, these feathers or this lead? You know, it depends on you know what the weight of them is. So because it is kind of more for quick things like this. Yeah, so let's just do the segment. Oh yeah, so let's set up here and then I go here. I want to start with the circle and then we'll remove the circle after. I'll put that here. Somebody's standing in my shot. Yeah, let's go this. And next up, yeah, to also show that sometimes, of course, it can go in the favor of the gear sets, because this, as I said at the start, we use this a lot just for simple comparison of what you could get from maybe a few parts of a gear set, as we saw with Heartbreaker and Negotiator and such. That's a bad choice. But there are some places where it is a good choice, but that's also for a very specific reason. So here we have Hotshot, and there's actually a lineup of Hotshot where you can go with this. Instead of going the 4 pieces as we normally would, where this build would also kind of be built around, and actually that's the way I prefer running it, with 4 pieces of Hotshot. This would be normally the 4th piece. We'll get the bonuses or the 4-piece talent of it. Instead, we could go with a Fox's Spur. Ignore for here that it's with a with a crit damage. Of course, this would need to be with a headshot one. But you can actually get a little bit more damage out of this. But then it becomes like, is it actually a good idea to go with 3 pieces of Hotshot? Could we go with anything else? Now, of course, for an MMR as this, we have some options. One of those would be, for instance, Habsburg pieces. So here, for instance, a Habsburg mask. On the 1 piece, we get 13 a headshot. On the 2 piece, we get 20% marksman rifle. We're going to act as if I have 2 pieces of Habsburg. I don't actually have the glove, for instance, here. We're faking it for purposes of education. And also, me not having that and not running it in that way might actually kind of lead you to the conclusion of this segment, although we'll still go through the steps, because it's not so much about the conclusion, it's about the steps on how to get there. So let's say we had 2 pieces of Habsburg, 1 for the mask, 1 for the glove. What else could we go with? And the simple answer is, we don't have much bonuses remaining. Now, as we've talked about, we could always go improvised. Improvised will be a 10 headshot mod. But of course, we still have Providence, and where we can get 13 headshots. So let's say instead of these 3 pieces of Habsburg, we had 3 pieces of Hotshot. We had 2 pieces of Habsburg, 1 piece Providence. And I've already prepared that here just to not keep you guys here as I'm copying everything, even though as we film these live on streams, of course, people were actually waiting there for me to do that. As we go to the picture of it and maybe make it even a little bit bigger. So yeah, we have on the left side 2-piece Habsburg, 1-piece Providence with their brand bonuses here, up against the bonuses of that 3-piece Hotshot, and especially this 30% marksman rifle and the 3-piece also then being 30% headshot. This is actually what makes it kind of viable. And especially here, we're kind of as well going for 1 stat that is towards the damage. As with the Habsburg pieces, well, we could put some crit chance or crit damage next to it. It doesn't make much sense. Generally, we go with weapon handling, so we can get more weapon handling out of it. But is that actually meaningful? Generally, not particularly. Let's actually take this and start tallying things off against each other. So first of all, of course, all of these weapon damages, they all tally off against each other. They're the same on both ends. So those can go out of the mix. Now what we have is basically on the right side with the hotshot pieces, we either have, well, a headshot and then a headshot mod, and then instead of that, going down the list, basically a headshot on each piece. If we take out that amount basically from the left side by, in this case, cropping these, what we're left with, even though I'm kind of messing that up there, what we are left with is a tool that sometimes annoys me. What we're left with is actually these weapon handlings. So if we crop these out to be the same, so here against the, for instance, if this was the glove versus a glove, we're tallying off a one headshot here because it's not, this of course has basically two stats and a mod available to it. Oh, shit. No, we're going to cut it there. We're going to undo a bench. This wouldn't, of course. This would be the glove. This would be the chest. I took it from the chest. It doesn't make it the chest. So, because I was like, wait, this should all end up with just one weapon handlings here. Underneath the brand bonuses. Take two. Also, that's good as well because I noticed halfway through that the game wasn't in full screen and it wasn't actually showing fully. So, yeah, let me catch up on chat then before I jump in again. I'm getting some striker draws and I've been playing things on hard once that nice. Yeah. Striker of a Vigi backpack, ACS to build swap to backfire, looking for an excuse to use it. Oh, with Vigil backpack. I mean, yeah, that's not the worst idea, honestly. The thing is, though, well, with the 200 stack one, that would be fine. The thing is, though, that yeah, I kind of want to stack backfire continuously. Vigil would be, you know, you want to at some point swap back, like if it's a long enough fight, swap back to the shotgun and use that for a few seconds and then go back. Swapping off of the backfire would lose its built-up stacks. That would be like my only concern there. But honestly, now with the backfire kind of not bleeding after after the first one, it's actually a really, really top pick. Yeah, let's try that again with one mistake less. And as well with this in full screen. Yeah. Somebody's having fun in the background. It's actually fine. Kind of like the movement back there. Yeah. And yeah, to show as well for sometimes that it is actually a good choice to go with 3 pieces of a gear set. Because generally we say don't go unless you go in 4 pieces. The thing to say actually is don't do that unless you know what you're doing. When you actually understand the rules, that's when it's okay to maybe break a few because you know why you're breaking them and and that it will work out in your favor. So one of the setups that we can go with, especially for marksmaning, is this, where we go 3 pieces of hotshot, and then generally this would be done as well, maybe with the Habsburg pieces, with the 2-piece Habsburg, but here I have a Chainkiller Araldi, and together with that as well, a Fox's Prayer. Ignore that this is crit damage, this is just for quickness sake. We're not comparing actually onto those pieces, but instead of, for instance, this 3-piece of hotshot on the mask, the glove, and the holster, could we go any other choice and extract more? Because in this lineup, especially where we aren't actually already using the Habsburg chest and backpack, one of the things we could do, of course, is go with the mask being Habsburg. And Habsburg, of course, has that headshot on the first piece, and we could go actually 2 pieces of it on the glove then as well, maybe, or any of the other pieces. The order of the pieces doesn't matter much, but we would have 20% marksman rifle damage there. And then we could, for instance, for argument's sake, this 3rd piece could be a Providence. We could, of course, as we talked about, always go with an improvised piece if we run out of brand bonuses. But in this case, of course, the improvised piece would have a 10 headshot mod, acting as kind of its brand bonus, so to say. The Providence would have 30. So that's just a straight up better choice. But then on the Hotshot being pretty powerful on its bonuses, we have actually 30% marksman rifle damage, 30% weapon handling, and 30% headshot. And this is, of course, kind of what makes this option a possibility. And that is because we're also going just for headshot, especially as our damage trait. When we're going crit chance, crit damage, losing out one of those two stats on a piece comes at a cost. Here, we're tallying off against weapon handling, in effect. And of course, we already saw that there is a sum there. So actually taking this over into this piece that I've prepared here, we'll zoom in a little bit, although that's maybe too far. That's the right size. We're taking here the brand bonuses of those three pieces on the right side of with Hotshot, and then yeah, basically what stats we're kind of getting out of them. And on the left we have the same, but then spread out a little bit more because of the brand bonuses. So we have 1 piece Habsburg, 2 piece Habsburg, and then 1 piece of Providence bonuses, and then together with their stats. Now, let's tally them off against each other once more. And of course, all of these weapon damages, they just tally up against each other. They are the same for both. We don't need the rest there. So those can go to the side. Now, this being the mask slot, we have on the top one here, we have a headshot and then a headshot mod. So the same would be true as tallying off. We would just tally off against here. Just these two headshots go away, and this goes to the side. So we're left with just that weapon handling, and that's a big difference here, and that's what makes this a possibility. If we do the same here as well, and crop onto just having that weapon handling, and the headshot goes away, because yeah, we've tallied that one off. Here again, this headshot goes away, and we're gonna tally that off against the headshot on the left. Everything that is the same, and we don't care about it. So now we have the gear set bonuses of the 3-piece versus, in this case, so what we have, if we kind of link them up a little bit more easily, we have at the top, we have 13% headshot plus 13% headshot. And yeah, you might already see where this is kind of going. We have 13 and 13 on the headshots there. Now, of course, on the right side, we have, instead of 26 headshot, we have 30 headshot. On the left, we have 20% marksman rifle damage. On the right, we have 30% marksman rifle damage. On the left, we have 8% weapon handling rolls, getting up together to a 24. And that's going up against 30 weapon handling. Everything on the right is bigger for those 3 pieces. Now, of course, if we had some other options maybe to go with, and for instance, you know, you could even give up that 3rd piece where you're getting some headshot damage for instance, contractors, where you're getting DTA, and that might be actually a bigger bonus, depending on how you're set up and what you're shooting at. But especially kind of in the obvious sense, actually in this case, the 3-piece hotshot wins. And that's mainly down to, yeah, we just need 1 stat. We're focusing on headshot. We don't need 2 stats there. We're not even losing actually weapon handling here, because yeah, the weapon handling on the 3-piece is better. And that is why, yeah, that 3-piece hotshot that we saw there a second ago, that actually wins against other choices that we would have. And we can come to that conclusion just by this. We tally off against each other, and yeah, 26 less than 30, 20 less than 30, and same here, 24 less than 30. So then, yeah, go with 3 pieces here, because you don't even, as I've seen some people wrongly say, they say like, oh, that second stat, you're using it for weapon handling, so you would lose out on that weapon handling. In the case of Hotshot, it's so powerful in the 2-piece and the 3-piece that it also even carries that weapon handling. Let's go actually look at our new friend Refactor and kind of how that stacks up against some other builds. There we go. Let's clean up this, because it will trash all this. I'll grab all this. Put that here. Just to have the old ones there, and then Virtuoso. I grabbed the Habsburg pieces. Let's put those back. Someone I should make a real attempt at that, at the real Habsburg pieces for this account. Oh, I'll say, stop that up. Let's actually go here again. Because I will log out this character in here. Feel bad for just leaving them there.
Safe area detected.
So this guy have actually, we have the high end here. We could use this one. Because it does have refactor pieces, but they're all...
Safe area entered.
They're all... Oh, I need to wear the clan outfit. Let's actually remove the...
Someday I'm gonna retire.
Actually, over here. Meta rat build is with unhinged. Yeah, generally you want to have unhinged in that. The difference with wrath than envy is that you have both braced and steady-handed to offset it. So what you want to do is have both braced and steady-handed, so that when steady-handed falls away, you can still go into cover, and because at max it's 115, right? And braced would be 100, so you only have a minus 15% at max with just brace, and then steady-handed comes back in quickly. Thing is, though, if you don't go without braced, or you try it with optimize, the thing is, like, whenever steady-handed falls away, you just go to the ceiling right away, and it's kind of hard to actually get those, like, first 3 hits you need to kind of get steady-handed going again. But yeah, generally in Wrath, yeah, Unhinged is one of the top picks. The thing as well is in Wrath, you can just kind of go with having one of each separate multiplier. So, because Obliterate is also in there, right? So, because yeah, you go, I think Strained, Obliterate, Unhinged, because yeah, crit, you know, total weapon damage, and then Allegro, or Rate of Fire. Surgical to trigger it all. Oh, Intimidate. Intimidate is the... Because Intimidate is also really good. Yeah, okay, basically, yeah, you have to kind of level up both your Unhinged and your Steady-Handed and Braced kind of all together. It's kind of my go-to there. But yeah, you can basically have each one of each separate multiplier, and then of course, yeah, the red cores are kind of feeding into the same as Unhinged, but Unhinged is also really big, so... Also, Rat with Bloodsucker is one of the few places where maybe going a few blue cores isn't actually a horrendous idea. Especially if you're not going to 40. If you're going to like 30, actually going Bloodsucker, because you'll go Bloodsucker for Intimidate most of the time anyway, and then... and then actually having a few blue, because also, yeah, Unhinged kind of fills up that weapon damage pool quite heavily, and then the red cores are actually a little bit less useful. But do I have several pieces of refactor here? I do. So yeah, let's actually get refactor in first. But actually, wait, I did keep a glove as well, right? Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Okay. Sure, maybe I did them separately. Well, that's all. Maybe just copy paste. Even though on this one, the skill, yeah, this the skill tier should be the record one, but so just be a little bit lazier about it and a little bit faster, especially. So those 4 pieces. So let's technically do it that this is Wyvern. Because yeah, we would have 2-piece Hana U on the chest on this one. So this would be Wyvern and then 3-piece Empress. Oh no, this is good. Okay. And then well, maybe I should remove these pictures because we didn't keep doing that in the end. And yeah, in the end, it only matters how hard you are. Nearly 40 yesterday with no initiative, trade and intimidate, proper leadership. I mean, I can definitely go without. The thing is as well, with a lot of Descent, it's, min-maxing will just make you go faster, which is, yeah, helps out a little bit. Oh, and Hidatani, as a, sorry, missed it earlier. As let's run this out because it's basically this comparison and then an outro, and then actually I'll likely go and do some Descent myself as well, as I want to get that weekly in, even though I have all the comms. Or maybe I should just do it on second accounts from now on as well. Maybe just have them catch up. Because honestly, now that it's account wide, maybe at some point I make an attempt to I'll make an attempt at getting all the comms on that account because I just never have. So it would be like this. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm not even showing the thing because we're making that as the same comparison. This all needs to be moved up because my head is big. My head is big and full of terrors. Also long for some reason. Also, how is that what I'm going into for like Game of Thrones speak? Why is Khajiit suddenly appear? Who wants to buy my skooma? Yeah, so let's do this spiel. Actually, am I doing this right? Let's, instead of maybe running into the same issue, first check this out. Let's actually do the thing of it here so everything tallies off. The crit chances and crit damages remain, and then it's just this skill damage, and this skill efficiency versus this skill damage, right? But we gain other things like haste or damage. Yeah. Let's do our spiel. Let's have this be at the ready. Let's get going with our silly clown. Yeah. And yeah. For another comparison, which is kind of a little bit closer, but one that I've also seen a lot of people get kind of wrong. They're not technically wrong, but they're close enough to being wrong that I kind of want to use this moment as well there. So one of the things that we've gotten with this season is refactor. Now, of course, refactor can kind of go into the same style as basically a true drone build. And that's actually generally what we do with it as well. So what I've taken to doing with it, actually, yeah, let's have that build picture. I'm going to cut off there and just restart that because I have the build picture. Why not use this build picture? That's the whole point of them. 3 point something, 3.04? Yeah. Because then we'll go here first. Actually, wait, let me put away those other recordings. Because that one and that one is definitely garbage. Is this one garbage? Yeah, this is it's the one where I messed up on that one. So yeah, we have 3 segments and an intro, right? Yeah. How long have we taken already? Oh, it's 90 minutes. Yeah, this one's gonna be sub 30 for once. It's a miracle. I can't make sub 30 videos. Yeah. Let's go with this. And lastly, I want to look at refactor actually here as a comparison point as well, as this one is one that I feel a lot of people are kind of hyperbolically saying that refactor can't do the same damage as a high end, which there's a kernel of truth there, but just a kernel. The rest surrounding around it is a little bit more complicated than that. For that, I've come to this character where we have a high-end turret drone, just in the classic setup. 2 pieces of Empress together with 1 piece Wyvern and 2 piece Hana-Yu. Of course, the way we kind of set up with refactor is that we can actually go a somewhat similar route where we keep the backpack and chest and kind of same or similar talents basically. So the chest and the backpack, although on that one would generally be as we have it here, and this is a newer addition to the build collection 3.04 refactor setup in a turret drone setting, and also kind of shown there with on the side how to set it up for a mortar, because yeah, we can actually make some different choices where we can make the mortar and explosive skills, although the Stinger actually not benefiting from from the explosive damage as a stat, but it is technically an explosive skill. It does bleed, it gives yellow damage, but it doesn't actually benefit from explosive damage. But yeah, we can have a setup for that, but we're kind of looking at the setup for high end. So In this one, though, we would want to have a Honeydew chest and Honeydew backpack. Then, of course, we have 2% more skill damage from going this route than we would from a Honeydew plus Wyvern. But what we could have is these two same pieces kind of in that same other build as we had in a second. And then basically it is the other 4 pieces, right? It is basically those 4 pieces of a refactor with 1 stat and then the group set bonuses. And of course, the group set talent doesn't actually apply anything to damage. It is your damage gets converted into healing. If we were to tally that off against this build, basically, if we had the Honeydew in the same spot, it would be 1 piece of Wyvern, or well, at least the brand bonus is Wyvern, with these stats, and then 3 pieces of Empress. So, of course, as well, again, that is at the ready here. There. So take a second. And let's actually tally them off as we did in the last one. On the right, we have the pieces of with the gear set with refactor. And on the left, we have the pieces if we were to go high-end. Of course, as well, here, actually, I'm kind of cheating a little bit. We would have technician. One of these would be a red score maybe or something. But that doesn't matter. It would be the same for both because we're basically have the 4 pieces of gear set versus 4 pieces of gear. And here on the left, then we have that represented by these high ends. If we actually kind of go and then tally them off as we kind of did, first of all, of course, all of these skill tiers, they don't need to be here. They're all here for everybody. And let's actually get those out of the way because the cores kind of align with each other. Let's actually get them directly out of the way. So what we would have here is that on the left side, of course, on this mod slot, we could actually have a haste as well if we wanted to. But what we can definitely say is that these skill damages are tallying off against each other. Now, of course, one of them is set up more to just be fully dependent on the third-turn drone. The other one is set up kind of hybrid-ish, but that's also generally what I do with high-end third drones, is I go that route, which I much prefer because you can actually extract a decent amount from the capacitor. That's also why it is set up as glass there, even though, yeah, you could go, kinetic momentum nowadays. But yeah, another skill damage there. This skill damage goes away. We have to take it away from this side then as well. So we're left, as you can see, kind of, with some other stats. Now, in this case, of course, this could also be weapon or skill haste in this case. Now, for instance, this skill haste could actually go up against this crit chance that we have there. This could be the same, crit chance if we wanted there. So let's actually even take away, for instance, here, the mod slot, which could be either of these. But what we have basically is 4 stats. Now, these could be haste as well if you wanted to. But in total, damage-wise, for the skills themselves, we have 8 skill damage there. So if we kind of put the crit damages together and the brand bonuses, I'll put the skill health actually above, because yeah, that one isn't damage, incidentally. And so yeah, on the left side, we have then the gear set. On the right side, we have the brand, or well, the thing remaining from the gear set, which is just those main bonuses basically. And then actually what we have on the left is skill damage wise, because the skill efficiency of course feeds into skill damage as well and a lot of other things. But the skill damages themselves, 10 plus 8 plus 8, 26, 25. We're not, of course, in either of these kind of, there's no status effects going around, even though you can kind of set up refactor to be status effect side. But this is 26 skill damage versus 25. This isn't the meaningful difference. This isn't, the high end will do much more damage on its skills. But there is, of course, as we talked about, a kernel of truth there. And that is, of course, that we can have other things. We have 10% skill health. We have also actually, we have 18% skill health because the skill efficiency feeds into haste. If you really wanted to as well, we have here basically 4 stats. That could be 40 skill haste. In this case, of course, we have 36 crit damage and 6 crit chance, or well, we could have any combination of that, of course. It's just we have 4 more stats basically, but we don't have that much more damage. And of course, as well, if we kind of feed that into, for instance, although you wouldn't run mortar with just that high-end setup for more third-turn drone, because if you're going with mortar, you're making different choices. But for instance, if we are on that side, we do, for instance, gain a little bit from the status effect, from the bleed of there. But damage-wise, the high-end on the skills, at least, is not ahead at all, that much. It's 1 skill damage ahead, if we account for all the other things. It just gets a lot of auxiliary things, because yeah, that haste, we could have 48% haste here with 4 mods, and then even 8% more, of course, here with from the skill efficiency. Those things should not be discounted, but the skill damage is not the argument to make here. Because yeah, there is definitely value on the left side, but then there's also value on the right side, because those skills are actually doing about the same damage, but then when they hit an enemy, they heal our allies. And that's kind of the thing here as well, especially on things, gear sets, where, as we have also discussed here mostly today, I haven't gone in, for instance, and compared, let's say, one of the damage talents on a backpack, let's say Negotiator's increase of the spread damage, because there's no one-to-one. And that is kind of the downside of this. This is only really usable if you have similar stats on both ends, and you can kind of compare them in that way. When we don't have that, when we don't have similar stats, it becomes a little bit more hard, because how much is 10 detox worth in crit damage? Now, when we actually take it to a DPS calculation, we can answer that. In this, it is a lot harder to answer. There are still methods, as you can calculate out how much that multiplier would add, as we kind of discussed in the simple calcs part of it. We could calculate out with the multipliers that we already have how much the gear set would add. But that isn't to say that this is, the end-all be-all, basically. But this definitely as well is not clowning around, and is definitely useful thing to kind of know about. And generally as well, whenever you see me answer a question pretty quickly, this is kind of what I'm doing in my head. And it's kind of a thing that is well worth letting it become kind of second nature. Now, of course, sometimes you get it wrong, and sometimes you forget about something, and then actually taking it to maybe some pen or paper, or as we did here with some tools to assist us, as we just snippet out the stats and took them over there and kind of compare them that way. Of course, you can also use things like the Build Station app, or even MSK SWAT, or even some of the build tools, as for instance provided by Scooby. All of those are, of course, you can put them side by side. They will even spit out the values for you. But this, just in your head to quickly compare, like, hey, if I get this, I get this. If I take these 2 pieces, I get this, which is worth more to me. That is an assessment that you can do kind of in your head, as we kind of showed here. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video and found it informative in some ways. If you did, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It is always much appreciated. So did a little bit of shilling here. And I hope you join me for future videos, as we'll actually go into showing some macros and how I have some of my macros set up. And actually recently they got upgraded, but with the help of a person from the community, Dream, who kind of helped actually expand them and make them much more betterer, expanded and betterer. And yeah, I kind of want to show actually, for at least for our PC, for us PC users, how to open up your apparel caches so much faster and buy from vendors so much faster. As well, actually, we found an interesting thing there as well. So I hope you join me for those. And as always, have a good night. Wanted to actually split the outro out, but then suddenly I realized I was kind of in an outro, so we just ran with it. There we go. That one's in there. It is a total of, how long is this thing? I mean, for my doings, this is a shorty. 29 minutes. But yeah, it's kind of... I was trying to hit 30, so not too bad. Yeah, let's go back here. Let me take out this character back to here. And then, yeah, maybe I'll go get set up for a descent. Because, well, I do have all the comms. I think I'm just going to keep going with the weekly descents. Because on that character, just in case something weird happens. Although I just like descent as well, so that helps. Does bro build still work, or is this the better option now? Oh, what I was showing there? No. Like, bro build was already better than that in the past. I don't know if you're on their Discord, but I think Rise kind of updated or gave it an upgrade, which is kind of like the high-end church drone hybrid that I kind of have. Because generally as well, I wasn't too big of a fan of the bro build setup like back in the day. What I mostly more go for is church drone hybrids. So actually, I can pull these out.
Safe area entered.
Because yeah, for instance, I like this much better, the Negotiator church drone hybrid, where you're using Negotiator doesn't do much for the turret and drone, but it is a much better like damage dealer on itself. And then it's 1.08, and then also there's a striker version of the kind of the same idea, which is this. I prefer kind of these setups much more leaning towards the weapon. The turret and drone are more, they are 6 skill tier, they are good decoys, but they're not that well set up to fight. You can also go a high-end version, which is I think now what kind of the bro build kind of has become, I think, last time I saw it, which is, yeah, kind of like this. So, Gift Sacrifice, 2-piece Brazos, Fox's Prayer, or actually no, it's a combat meta. But the high-end drone is kind of based on the same pieces, so... yeah, that's Memento instead. So yeah, still, 2-piece Brazos, Gift, Memento, and then Providence Piece and Fox's Prayer. Although, Providence Piece, of course, Cheska is the same, so... But I kind of like these kind of setups more than even leaning a little bit towards having some skill damage. And hey there, White. Oh, well, White Zombie. Is a rifle pistol a build that doesn't use Regulus? I mean, you can just not use Regulus. If you don't have a Regulus, a Harvest, because that's always, like, the replacement piece for a Regulus in general is just a Harvest. So, for instance, even on the build collection as well, usually when there's a Headhunter's Fury, but even on, for instance, this 5, I don't actually, on second account, I don't have a Regulus. So while we have the Regulus in the corner, it is actually set up with the Harvest. Actually, before I even go for Descent, although as well, if anybody's interested in a Descent and wants to join me, feel free to let me know, or just jump on in. As we'll go off into Descent in a second, but actually I'm gonna also, although yeah, feel free to join already, but I'm gonna actually go see if the guy is still dropping. Actually, yeah, I think I saw him yesterday, right? Although as well, so yeah, we would have to check it after patch. Or like, that would be the time to check it. Because this guy still drops special items, right?
These guys have got.
Yeah. So you can get you can get Harvest from here as shown, as illustrated. And the Harvest is the other piece, and also like Regulus, while pretty good, Determined is also pretty good. But yeah, Regulus can like clear a wave by itself. Like it can destroy a whole wave that spawns in. But Determined can like tap. I went to the wrong scene there.
That simulation program active.
And as of subjects, everyone in chat can answer this question too. Was wondering how to upgrade my workbench. Already high end, but can't build past that. High end is the highest overall, so need to be there. See, the thing is, why do you think you need to upgrade it further? But yeah, at 40 you get the option to upgrade it to high end. Then sometimes it pops up with like upgraded to worn, which is worn is the like gray. But that's just an error. But at high end you can do all of the things. Yeah, we have some rat. I'm gonna guess no takers on joining me, but that's kind of fun as well. We'll do a solo run. It's also be a good practice. Likely the next video will be macros, and then the one after that will likely be
Access denied.
A
Deactivating
nemesis
shade
run, yeah.
protocols.
Let's actually move
Entering
those up.
combat simulation program.
Because we'll do likely macros next, and then
Combat simulation activated.
PP kind of sucks here. It is rad, so we'll have plenty of time. Wait, did I actually, do I have the, no, right? We didn't succeed last time, right? I don't have the Nemesis patch shirt, right? Well, maybe I go for the Nemesis patch. But then especially I would want something good here. Yeah, so... let's take a mulligan. When you're solo, by the way, as well, you can always take a mulligan if you... Because I would love to have a decent skill here. Something like foam or fire cam, especially.
Agent.
And then we're just going to go all hard rooms. And try to get the Nemesis patch.
Shade tech prohibited. Access denied.
Because I might as well. It's
Deactivating
solo
shade
anyway.
protocols.
Didn't take my
Entering
time.
combat simulation program. Safe area entered. Simulation activated.
That's some better weapons and fire cam. Yay. B7, right? How are these? Always have not the bad choice in here. Yeah, we'll have plenty of money on a... Oh. Think I'm gonna take a mulligan. Instantly getting just not a hard. Yeah. We only get to have seven non-hards. Having instantly one of those go away is not a good start. Because actually, preferably, we would have loop 1. Loop 1, quite often, you can get lucky and not have any medium.
Priority objective available.
In we go again. Can build the green gear, the extraction
Shade
hardness.
tech
Just...
prohibited.
Wait,
Access denied.
So, for instance, some of the
Deactivating
things
shade
don't have
protocols.
blueprints. I
Entering
think
combat
Striker
simulation
Chest and Holster don't have blueprints,
Safe area
if I remember
detected.
right. But not everything
Combat
has a
simulation
blueprint,
program
is the thing.
activated.
Same, for instance, for Cheska Chest or something like that. Wait, why is the... Oh! I likely have a lucky shot or something else. Because, yeah, we're that 32 rounds gonna... It's kind of sucks. Also, I don't want my first loop to be here, so... You know what? Even though it's kind of a... We've already done 3, but let's do another mulligan. Because also if the first loop can be the other thing, that's much easier. Is it envy rotation? No, it's Wrath.
Priority objective
For one more
available,
day.
agent.
Also, yeah, not going deep or anything, just Nemesis. But actually, I'm going to go for the Nemesis patch, which means trying to do the Nemesis after loop 8. So you need to reach loop 8
Denied.
without having triggered
Deactivating shade protocols.
Nemesis, which
Entering
means
combat simulation
you
program.
basically have 7 rooms that
Safe area entered.
aren't hard at most,
Combat simulation
up until the
program
end of 7.
activated.
It's fine. It's fine enough. Okay, so we have a hard here at least. Because we need to pick basically all hearts. Or well, we have up to 7 where it can be a medium and then it fills.
Entering new location.
You know the
Difficulty
one.
rating hard.
That's all good. I'm missing some parts, like the striker back. Some don't have blueprints. Yeah, that's the. And even though all 4 doors are marked, it's gonna only spawn from 2.
Hostiles constructing.
What's the best spot? I'm
Hostiles
gonna go
spawn from
here.
highlighted doors.
I'll say, especially with the FAMAS, I'm not gonna have enough ammo to make it till the end. Oh, also, actually, I have exactly the tool for you too. Wait, what do you mean immune? What?
Console.
Since when?
Available.
What? This is a demolisher, right? Yeah. It's not a burster. Which also would be weird if it says immune. Yeah, instantly unhinged. Actually, do I get a safeguard? Yay. When you don't need the healing, you can heal harder. God damn it, really? Right away? We'll still keep going.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Medium.
Range is random or the successive one after the other? It's completely random. You don't get two of the same in a row, so you won't get two NVs in a row. But for the rest of it, it seems completely random.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Because yeah, we even had some like NV going to like, I don't remember what it was, but it was just like, it was NV into something else, and then back to NV, and then something else, and then NV. That one there. But it's, at the very least, appears completely random. But yeah, there's a timer on it, so it's rad for today and tomorrow, and then we'll see what it's after. Get some live descent, yeah. Learn the ways. Descent's pretty easy, as much as I feel a lot of people say that it's like way too hard or stuff like that. I can't find myself agreeing with that. The thing is though that, yeah, you kind of have to either know what talents you want to go for or kind of understand talents in general. And in here especially, for instance, Wrath is very much about pools. So here we can add this to rate of fire, this to weapon damage, unhinged to weapon damage, obliterate to total weapon damage, and then surgical to trigger obliterate and strained with, strained for a crit, and then intimidate as a separate multiplier. This way we have 6 different pools multiplying against each other. So instead of, for instance, having vigilance being the same pool as obliterate, if we like left that strained or something, we can have 6 separate pools, and that actually does feel pretty good. But also, yeah, for instance, in the guide I'll make, I'll put some, basically what is build pictures. I might actually even in the build collection make a folder for descent builds. I was thinking of that as well but that would likely happen when we actually get the descent guide down, which likely is still a little bit away, because next week or this week I want to work on the DPS sheets, the on build with talent, weapon tables, basically. Get those done up, and then if nothing else kind of gets in the way, we'll continue on with the descent after that. I love how the snipers, the cleaner snipers, always, like, even if you, doesn't matter how their little RC car blows up, they'll always like a, good job, Firebrand. Which is like, no, your thing failed. I think you missed that part.
Console active. Supply station activated.
Yeah. Immunities. That second unhinged does look tasty, but also sounds like a horrible idea. I don't have steady hand to offset it. Let's actually, yeah, let's not reroll too much yet, even though, well, if the plan holds, we'll have plenty of money, because yeah, we're going hard rooms. Hard rooms, you gain less nemesis, you gain a lot more currency. It makes it easiest to reroll and stuff, but yeah, you're going for a much deeper nemesis, but that's kind of the point here as well. We're trying to go
Hostile
Nemesis after
construction
looping.
initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
For them. Well, actually, well, they're not new. They're just going to be the reworks of the ones we already have, which is the ones like that I updated last season as well. Although this time as well, part of it, because yeah, only really the reloads changed and just a few weapons changed, but I also want to take the time to do it a little bit differently with how they're set up. Because now the talent is kind of next to them, like in the same field, and then like in brackets. If that is just its own field, that I think will help legibility quite a bit. Trauma, yeah, definitely taking trauma. We'll take some trauma, which is a weird sentence, out of context.
Entering new room.
Also, I want to see, although I'm not sure if when I sort, if that will not break everything, but I want to actually maybe make a main table where the table actually kind of pulls everything from. So just at the bottom or something, it's just the stats for each weapon. And then it feeds from that to all of the fields above it. Because if we can do that, then every time they change base weapon damages and stuff, we don't have to redo it in all of those, in all of the fields. We just
Hostile construction initiated.
change that element, which would be...
Hostiles
Although,
constructing.
I'm not sure that survives
Hostiles
when I
spawn
sort
from
it.
highlighted doors.
So we'll try. And a trauma, one of the top picks here always. Also, actually, yeah, so I didn't use my FAMAS much, so I get to use that here. Because I might as well use it all up. I don't get to keep any of the ammo. It's not like I'm paying for it myself. I'm in a bad spot though, actually, here. For when this wave spawns. Luckily the boss didn't spawn here, so... Because I don't want to per se be in the middle of two. Trauma saving me there. Something is coming up from here. And then the first boss fight is always the hardest one. Went for that instead of that. Okay, on to loop 2. So we have one room so far, which is kind of fun. Which one do I want? Plague will be pretty consistent, but Bloodsucker will get me there, and also I get to take Intimidate. And Adaptive is just going to be too inconsistent until I have a lot more rate of fire. So maybe we just go Bloodsucker and play it safe and slow. Yeah, let's just take the reds, and I'll take some yellows once I get something for it. That only be longer than 3 or 4 days, but well, I would be very surprised if it was if it was just for a few days. It's gonna be for the whole that whole week. Fire chem, I really want that, so I should get that then. Let's take a red slot. And armor kit. Oh, boss room. And yeah, I kind of have to take it as well. Even though boss rooms kind of suck at low loops. So Indeed is difficult. I want to profit from the event the most I can. It's not hard. The thing you have to see it as is, you know, with the 5 times, you need 200 levels. Whatever was 200 levels is going to be 1,000 levels with the 5 times. But likely as well will be. I would be very surprised if it wasn't for the whole week, because not putting it on the weekend, even as somebody that, you know, I have actually a preference for it. I'm usually working on the weekends, like this weekend, so I would much prefer it for myself to be not that day, but I can't see them not doing it, like, not putting it as a full week.
Difficulty rating hard.
Shit. That sounds very bad. Indecision getting the better of me. That was a really horrible throw. Let's go deal with all the other enemies. I did not see that guy on the glow round.
The division's nothing. Shit.
Well, it's gonna move it around me. Let's go down here. This does eat a lot of my ammo. Well, these guys are pretty chunky, so I can't just stand in front of them and trade. 'Cause you don't win that.
Available.
And Intimidate becomes a high priority now. It says Persuasion. It's number 2 already. Yeah, we should still take the medium.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating medium.
Nice.
Poison gas hazard activated.
So feel profit is so annoying, yeah. No, so. And indeed, it's also a good time to farm up some stars with it. And nowadays as well, with the momentum not being as much as the modifier, instead of, you know, point blank versus the old modifiers, I actually won't be feel too bad to be in Golden Bullet. Because it definitely last season it was one of those things where most of the global events were actually just outside of Reanimated and Hollywood, really, and Guardians. Although we didn't get a Guardians. Oh, nice, Intimidate. Like the modifier is much stronger than global. I don't know, Tuesdays of all this. Well, I mean, everything normally starts on Tuesdays. So then putting it on that Tuesday instead of like the Thursday as they were doing, or like on the Friday as they were doing.
Hostile construction initiated.
I can see them not making it a weekend thing. Oh, we'll know tomorrow. And even if it isn't, I would expect such a big backlash that they would just extend it. Never move since keeping the movement speed alive. Yeah, I can never. Oh no, actually no. Maintenance is the way I want to go. We get the easier boss room. Nice.
Difficulty rating.
And we're on with this, we'll be at 28%. So yeah, we have 2 out of 7, 1 per loop so far. So
Hostile
that's still not a bad
construction
deal. That's not a
initiated.
bad deal yet.
Constructing hostile
But yeah,
combatant.
preferably most of the runs where it's successful. Should have just waited. Most of the runs where I've succeeded is quite often on the first loop or two, you have 0 forced mediums and then leaving you an easy way to. But yeah, until it feels hopeless, I mean, it doesn't. Like, this one definitely still isn't
Console
hopeless.
active. Supply station online.
We can take a few rerolls. Because honestly, I would rather have an extra stack of Intimidate. Intimidate Bloodsucker is like Intimidate makes Bloodsucker almost an exotic by itself. So you see, but yeah. What are the recommended talents to use this rotation pool? Pretty simple actually. So the obvious kind of role to kind of go for is Allegro, Unhinged, Obliterate, and then this whole right side. Surgical, Intimidate, Strain. And the thinking there is that you have one of each separate multiplier. The only thing that kind of doubles up is Unhinged with the weapon damage red cores that you pick. That's the only two that kind of are not from the same pool. And then, yeah, especially Intimidate, Bloodsucker is kind of the way to trigger it here. And then you kind of go generally Bloodsucker, Bullet Hell, and then one of the two. You usually deeper in, you go Adaptive because you'll have pretty high RPM. So you trigger Adaptive Instinct continuously because later on Plague just isn't that worth it, especially when you're kind of speccing into like not weapon damage everywhere. So in the end, usually you go with that. But then actually Plague is kind of good for loop, let's say like 5 to 50 kind of. And then on the yellows, you kind of, yeah, Drama Eyeless, of course, and then Steady-Handed Brace to offset Unhinged. And then it's kind of up to you. Generally, Vindictive is pretty good. It's just, you know, you can get a little bit more damage out of it. And then that last one is kind of, once you have Bullet Hell and stuff, of course, you don't need Salvage or such. But you could still go actually with either Lucky Shot. Although, well, Lucky Shot and Bullet Hell kind of break. But you could go Extra to get actually more ammo back from whenever Bullet Hell kind of triggers. Or go Salvage to kind of do the same. Or you could even go Optimized for a little bit even more handling. And then the blues is, yeah, those are always the same because it's basically always Preservation is the main, and then you want Clutch, especially once you reach later. Adrenaline Rush here because I'll have Intimidate, so just as a second way to trigger that. Because actually when they spawn, I'll trigger it first with Adrenaline Rush by sitting close to a door. Intimidate then kind of gets going, and then once I get a few kills, Bloodsucker gives bonus armor, and then Intimidate's going to keep going. And then Entrench is pretty good as well, and same for Insulated later on.
Hostile construction.
I feel I'm missing out on one. Okay, yeah, so yeah, Clutch, this, and Adrenaline Rush, Insulated, and then Entrench. And I could really use a secondary weapon. Yeah. How those shots went into that pole there, that was very...
Mag change.
I have a few Unhinged and nothing to offset them with. Yeah, it's... Although that's also why I'm doing decent damage.
Coming from the side.
And I'm kind of playing slow, but I kind of don't want to get out of this position. I kind of want to be here with how they're spawning. And then these ladies are kind of being dicks. The sway there is just... Yeah. I believe we'll get that one at least. Those two were in sync there.
Division, you're in trouble now! I can't see a damn thing!
Yeah, at least I have eyeless now. Helping with the damage. And
Shit! This vest is shut. What a shit show!
Oh, fuck!
we're gonna strike in Div 2 next week. Yeah, same plan here. I'm definitely gonna jump into some Div 1 for strike, but even likely next week a little bit as well. There we go. Let's put Div 1. I'm gonna start refreshing. Nice. And yeah, not a bad. Although, well, might be a good idea to kind of get to end the game. Although, well, of course, the 5 times XP is kind of going on. But maybe if you get it done, because next week, so this week, you know, tomorrow, starting tomorrow, we'll have global event plus 5 times in Division 2. Unlikely for that whole week, speculation-wise. Next Monday, and in Div 1, they start on Mondays. There's also a global event in Div 1. And it's actually not the worst idea to be kind of at endgame at that point already, if you can be. It's kind of... Really need a better weapon than this. Well, that's fine. Wait, are we still on... Yeah, we're still on 2, right? Yeah, so we're still on target. I should grab med packs. As I can, as I used a bunch of grenades. Why am I not grabbing these? So we're still on 2 used up. So 2 for 2 loops. That's kind of on target. The strain still work with bullet hell.
Selected. Difficulty rating. Hard.
Are you thinking more of like Optimist and stuff? Because yeah, strain is just firing time. Like yeah, if you keep firing, it keeps going. But even things like Optimist and stuff, which are, you know, kind of magazine based, they actually still work underneath bullet hell. What is happening underneath bullet hell is that the magazine is still rolling around at the speed of light. I don't remember the rest of their lyrics there, so. You can kind of see it whenever you're swapping weapons. You can see like my magazine underneath there is showing. When you have bullet hell, that still shows like that. But then also still like things like bullet hells, how much ammo you get back and stuff, for instance, is magazine based.
Console active.
But yeah, Strange specifically like doesn't care. It's just, you know, you can fire infinitely. And actually there's a if Lucky Shot with bullet hell and high RPMs didn't break so consistently, one of the tactics we used to use was actually you would pre-fire, because yeah, you had Lucky Shot 10, so all rounds would come back, so you would just sit in cover and just pre-fire for 2.5 seconds before it would start. So at like the 2-second timer, you would already start firing. Okay, so this is room number 3. So hopefully nothing else in this loop, then we're still 3 for 3.
Difficulty
Or
rating.
maybe we'll get lucky
medium.
on another. That's really creepy. Yeah, that was just right in the spot. What non-exotic error is the new burst damage king? Overall, the Lexington, if you have it. But yeah, for the high ends, yeah, Lexington and then FAMAS as a close second. At least on the burst damage, but then yeah, the handling of the FAMAS is of course significantly worse. Even as somebody who really enjoys the FAMAS, I have no problem admitting that.
Hey, over there, you see him?
That was the last one, but I wasn't paying attention.
Console online.
Luckily, we have Eyeless there, or Trauma and Eyeless, but I think that one was Eyeless. Yeah, let's get a few brains. And preferably steady-handed as well. Sheer amount of cover, intimidation, tactics. And new talents in this mode? Likely not really. They haven't, and even so in the past they would even they might do that at some point, maybe for some of the future seasons or something, but I wouldn't expect it for the time being.
Entering.
Because I haven't, for instance, even updated Chatterbox or Chameleon to what they are now in the game.
Hostile construction initiated.
So
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted.
honestly, as well, it's also kind of fine. Like the mode on itself kind of works. And just maybe some alterations like those, and then yeah, maybe pull in some of the talents. Although as well, things like pressure point added into here would actually, kind of depending on which rotations it goes into, could be either a boon to help out, but maybe also a little bit OP. Finally, some surgical. You hurt? Okay, so we're still on 2. Or we're still on 3. I mean, so 3 in 3 loops, so so far so good. Also, yeah, we get to have 7, right?
Selected.
Like
Difficulty
7
rating.
isn't the failure,
Hard.
7, like 8 is the failure. So, well, still kind of on target. No, expect nice, yeah. And hey there, bravo. And thanks for the compliments there. Always much appreciated. My ego appreciates you.
Hostile combatant.
And everybody
Hostiles constructing.
is having a good day as well, and looking good while doing so. As we go into tomorrow, having some golden bullets
Hold still.
and some 5 times XP. Although likely, as always with some of the global events, I might, or with the 5 times XPs, I mean, I might dip out
Supply
a little
station
bit
online.
out of. Although, if it is for a week, I'm kind of more okay with it, and I might actually take part a little bit. But usually, the last few times it's been 5 times XP. I've just been going over to Division 1. It's still the idea for a large part of the week, because I want to level a character, which I've already kind of leveled. They're like level 12 or something. They're halfway through the map. And yeah, we can do the rest and get them done. Although I could boost them as well, but I'm choosing kind of not to, just do it myself and kind of relive it. But yeah, getting them to max and then maybe cleaning up their world might take up that week, basically. But also, yeah, working on the spreadsheets, and also likely in Division 2 doing some watch alts. You don't benefit from the 5 times XP with watch alts.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Yeah, okay,
High
okay.
value target.
With concussion and liquor harassment. Yeah. Yeah, that's the biggest downside of the FAMAS quite often. If you're looking for more stable weapons that still kind of hit hard to fall, is the obvious like second top choice. And actually, in PvP settings, depending on what build you're running, because its RPM is a little bit lower, of course. Otherwise, as well, the kind of F2000 and CTAR are decent choices, but kind of in that they're a little bit better handling, but not as good, of course, as as still even a Lexington. So. Need advice about when ready to switch hero level from challenging free mode. I'm on 390 watch level. Thing is, it's not so much about. It's not at all about like watch level or anything. You could, like on my third account, I went to heroic basically like on level 10 or so, level, SHG level 10. But then I kind of know the game and stuff, of course, so that's not a fair comparison to make. And you shouldn't make that. The thing is more about when you, as the player, controlling the build and stuff, and the character kind of are more comfortable with moving on up. And depending also on the builds and stuff, because some builds can make it very easy to go to heroic pretty early. So if you have Hotshot Determined, Hotshot Headhunter Determined combo, honestly, anybody can do control points with that at 5 directives. Heroic, pretty, like, there. It's not a hard thing to do. Having my back kind of be exposed like this is not it's not a good plan. Gonna need to win this fight really quickly, or get the fuck out. You know what? I'll choose get the fuck out. Because I can't fight the boss and all that and win. But it's a lot about understanding the game and stuff. Because, for instance, this might sound kind of humble brag. This is intended as like, but like for instance, I've done most of the mission on purple builds, and just done so for, and yeah, it's just builds made out of purple pieces, so they're pretty shit builds basically. But yeah, you can definitely offset a little bit of skill with some builds basically, but it's more about kind of getting comfortable with the game and stuff like that. But making a good build is definitely part of that, because it's much easier on a good build than it is like not on a good build. So if you want to like already dip your toes into heroic, and especially for instance doing control points, getting together a hotshot Headhunter with Determined, for instance, can already let you go into heroic, and especially with control points, which are a lot more controlled. That's why I'm saying especially those. Because, other open world activities and stuff can be a little bit, or missions and stuff as well, Until you know the spawns, it's a little harder. Also doing, yeah. Thing is though that, a full red striker, well, it can melt everything. That's still outside of people's skill set quite often in how to make that work effectively. I'm gonna replace, just because it's green, especially. Green weapons are quite a bit better when it comes to and yeah, we're 4 on 4, right? Actually, so we had 1 medium room there as well, right?
Entering new location. Difficulty rating hard.
As for instance, what I
Hostile combatant.
myself would run and did
Hostiles
when a country
constructing.
kind of wanted to kind of get it going and
Highlighted
wasn't
doors.
like intending to run too much
Let's go.
determined. I ran tech tanks, but tech tanks kind of require a memento, and you need technician unlocked and stuff like that. So those require a little bit more in investment. But you can also just blue core a striker with a few blue cores, and that will kind of work out. But yeah, especially determined headhunters can make it very easy to make this type stuff.
Lost contact. Moving.
Meta progression does this and that. How do you mean in meta progression? Because I could see that in several ways, and like the answer is different for each one. Who made a whole meal out of this? I'm just gonna... Oh, he's shooting the other turret. Turret fight. Okay, so that's the guy that's alive.
Vital signs critical.
That was
Console
more risky than I
active.
needed to make it there. No. Let's not dig our unhinged even further yet. Yeah, let's take our preservation. Alright, so we're still on 4 for 4.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Hard.
And catch up on the rest as well.
Poison gas detected.
Only breaks on pressing reload button, right? No, so pressing the reload button is more of an issue that we have with incessant chatter, so in envy, where we pair it together, because you can still reload and actually mess up your stored amount, basically your incessant chatter stack.
Hostiles.
But reloading it, like it does, yeah, you do a reload and it does take up the time, so you don't want to be doing it. That's why you can unbind it, and it's a good tip to do. But yeah, it doesn't per se break bullet hell.
Down.
I mean, you're stopping firing and you will drop strain because of that, but
Enemy down.
that's more just the function of that.
Console active. Supply station online.
Like the invisible hand assault rifle, overall it's not too bad. The thing is the handling of the AUG, the base weapon of it, is pretty horrendous. Because even here, like I had a good hard think there, moving up. Normally it's pretty easy going up from a gray assault rifle to a green assault rifle, because even if you're going from a FAMAS to like a Mark 16 or something, just because it's going from gray to green, it's an upgrade at least, you know. For that one. Here's why actually it has 42 rounds, which is a little bit better. But yeah, its handling is
Hostile
well
construction
known
initiated.
and
Constructing hostile combatant.
should have definitely put one up there. That's actually the annoying door.
Move on them.
Luckily nothing spawned there. I was kind of moving for the end of the room just to set up there. One of the things out here is quite often is just positioning is kind of important, but also not just in like the direct positioning of like how you're aiming down the door, but kind of literally like go put your bag against a corner in the back instead of kind of being in the middle of the room. I'm gonna take one adrenaline rush just for triggering intimidate. If I get close to enemies, I can rush them down and trigger it with that. No worries, but if you wanna kind of like spell it out.
Room selected.
Oh, actually, oh yeah, they already did. Progression outside the gameplay, like vendors where you spend your currency. And oh, okay. So there's actually some permanent upgrades. So that you have two currencies up in the upper right. The left one with the skull, that's a permanent currency. Let's show it in here. Any? No, but yeah, it's a top. Well, it's the one up there. That one you can buy some permanent upgrades. You buy some stat block things, so you can have 10% crit chance and stuff, and that's kind of permanent.
Initiated.
So you buy those, and then there's also that you can buy some permanent upgrades. So when you're starting out, you don't get that 4th talent pick that I have, so the 4th one at the bottom. Because you may have noticed, so on the doors, it shows 3 colors. That's the 3 picks there. And then there is also a 4th pick always. So
Console.
starting out, you only have the 3 picks at the top here. And then you buy a talent, or you buy a thing outside of here that kind of unlocks that last one. I'm gonna reroll actually here. Let's try to get steady-handed if I can, but I'll take another blitz right there. And then also and then there are some cosmetics, like you can buy the suits in here. And once you run out of all that, there is still reconstructed caches that you can buy for those, and also exotic caches. So the currency is always good.
Entering new location.
So for instance, I have 23k saved up
Value
there.
target.
I could turn that into, how much is an exotic cache? I think it's less than a reconstructed, right? It's like 230. Because if it's 230, I have enough for 100, right? Yeah, 2 zeros, yeah.
Hostile construction initiated.
Get a ton of
Hostile
exotic
construction.
caches.
Hostile spawn from
But yeah, starting out, yeah, you want to get those. Some of those permanent upgrades are actually pretty good, especially that 4 talents pick. Really is a game changer. And also getting the crit chance, the armor and health on kill. Those are 2 separate things: the armor on kill and the health on kill upgrades. Yeah. And even getting, yeah, eventually getting everything. But they're also not too expensive. The only really expensive one is the increased run credit. So not the NSA tech, but the credit of this run. You can get 25% more. And that one's also kind of nice. It basically, what it means is 1 more reroll per loop. And especially in the early loops, that can actually make quite a difference. Because sometimes all you need is just 1 more reroll to get the right talents. It just makes it more consistent.
Holy crap!
No, it's a direct impact. Could have not done that. Shoulder slot. Thank you. And yeah, bosses are still pretty chunky. I was kind of waiting for that actually. Just eventually my trauma will come back and just make it easy. Ooh, second exotic. I think I'm gonna go with Bullet Owl. But yeah, early second exotic is nice. But you can also check all of those out by the descent gates. So both in Castle and the one like to the east of White House, there's actually a little... well, Wally is in Castle. She's the shop there. And there is a little shop. How many gems do I have now? This would be 3. So I have 4 in total. 1 for each room. Or 1 for each door. Something else. No, what is that? Did you end up with? Oh, I went with Bloodsucker for Intimidate. Just, it is a very consistent pick. Like, that combination is pretty consistent. Also, it helps survivability. Lets me be a lot more aggressive. What number is my Lingmo Pestilence? It's going to be 1 point something. Actually, yeah, 1.03. So I'll link it there as well, actually. 1.03. I'll put that as well in the YouTube chat for those interested in in that link. Quite often as well, if you already know what maybe is in there, what you can do is Control F. So for instance, that one is called, that's one that has Langmo in the name, even has glass and unstable force in their names. So you can like do Control F and then, for instance, yeah, Langmo. That will highlight it up as well as a tip. What do I want to go with here? This green tag vector sounds juicy for just putting out some damage at some point, let's say a nemesis. But these two also aren't too bad. Now that I have Bullet King. Or well, Bullet Hell. Kinda have to, right? Yeah, that's good. We'll go with that. Did we get a medium on the last one? I don't even remember. I haven't been keeping. I should have just been keeping track. I think we did one, right? One medium. Yeah. We'll just keep banging our head against this. Let's see if we can get the Nemesis patch.
Entering new location.
Because for those that don't know, the Nemesis patch, you have to beat the Nemesis after loop 8. So you have to reach loop 8 without going over 100%. Which means that, yeah, up to loop 7, like at most you can be 99%. Which is kind of RNG dependent, turns out. Because the game kind of picks at random rooms, so if it picks too many medium rooms for you, yeah, there's not much you can do about that.
Console available.
That's always kind of annoying. As I get steady-handed, fine. Well, guess I'll buy some at the shop. Because at least as well, we have so much credits because we're doing it this way. Because if you're doing mostly hard rooms. So here again, one medium room. No supply station. I'll have to likely use a pistol here and there.
Difficulty rating medium.
With simply multiplying damage, would Robin get DPS enough to compare similar guns in menu? Not really. Well, guns, yes. But builds, no. The thing is that like this number that it gives is also dependent on how much weapon damage. So this number is basically the base plus the percentage that weapon damage is adding to it.
Hostile construction initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
But yeah, if it's on the same build, you can compare through that. Basically, yeah, you would get effectively a modified base, but that would be modified for both sides the same. So that would work for comparing the weapons themselves. Yeah, let's take. That's likely than last preservation I'll take. Okay, so still on. Oof, pretty sure 5 for 5, so we're kind of on target. But we'll just keep picking ours all the way up. Because yeah. At this point, I'm actually not sure if I kind of maybe missed to count one, or maybe even I'm not sure if we had one even on 4. Hurricane is pretty good, especially solo. In fact, they're not that great at range. I'll buy some AR ammo here, so ammo won't be our failure reason. Although, likely next room, because we haven't seen the supply station yet. They're steady-handed up. Anyways. Also, yeah, because I have some stuff to snack on as I just grabbed a bunch of stuff that was remaining from the weekend of snacks. For our patrons to enjoy, which is actually has some serrano rolls, which I kind of enjoy. Some cheese wrapped in serrano ham, so
Entering new location.
always quite
Difficulty
tasty.
rating. Hard.
And in this room, we're getting the supply
Hostile
station.
Constructing. Hostile spawn.
There's always one
Highlighted
supply station.
doors.
It's completely random.
Hostile construction initiated.
Or well, at least it feels random. Because there might be a pattern to it, maybe. But it's one of those, it might as well. Even if there was a pattern, trying to remember it isn't going to be worth it.
Supply station activated.
So there's surgical app. Yeah, let's take AR ammo. I want to take SMG ammo as well. Should maybe already take some incendiary rounds, but I might replace my pistol. Because after this loop as well, we'll start seeing some blue weapons. I might be forced to grab a
Electrical
pistol.
hazard detected.
And then
Entering new location.
Right after.
Difficulty rating. High value target.
one on this side, one
Hostiles
over there.
constructing. Hostile. Highlighted doors.
And the only danger of the fire cam, of course, is the nemesis himself. If he catches me with one, that can be dangerous, but overall, fire cam's foams and stickies and stuff are so easy to avoid that, well, I've definitely been hit by them. It's more the exception than the rule. He held backed up. Oh, the boss is just moving up on me. This is bad placement. Because of that barrel there. That worked out. That worked out. That didn't work out. He exploded his grenade, and then also one of his teammates actually sent that. I know there's one RC gal somewhere. Well, not somewhere, exactly there. Four cams is enough. I'm just gonna take some reds from this one. Did I bring enough to share with the class? I mean, what class do you mean? Is it like the school class, or are we talking like social class? Because I feel I'm a social class of 1 on this. Right. I have brought enough to share with myself. Anyway, we're gonna take that G36. That one's. Any idea if the Oxpecker is in the loot boot after getting it from the pass? Haven't had any luck yet. There is already confirmed reports, even before you get it from the pass, even without that. You grab the extra weapon choice first, but then let's grab all the ammo here. See how much we have left. Oh, enough for even another slot. Yeah. But yeah, it's been dropping even before the season pass. Like people that have, again, like kind of like last season, there's a bunch of people that are even going around of like, hey, I've got the Oxpecker, but I can't get the pattern for it. And then when you ask them how they got it, they already had it dropped for them.
Room selected.
And The blueprint is only from the season pass, though, so
EMP
Inaya doesn't sell
simulation
you a blueprint
online.
if you don't get it.
Constructing hostile combatant.
If you got it earlier or something.
Hostile construction initiated.
Okay, so loop 6 on solo. On loop 4 you start getting 2 waves, and I mean in group you get 4 waves. You got 2 waves on loop 4. That is the order of those words. On solo it is loop 6 that starts to happen.
System malfunctioning.
And one of the things is as well, it's important to pay attention to which doors spawn people, because they will spawn again from those 2 doors as well. So here they spawn from these 2 doors, so I know from the next one they're gonna spawn from those 2 doors again. I always like that sound of the arrow makes going past the player.
Console.
Sounds very
available.
unique. I think it's hard to get. Yeah, but keep in mind that the chest, the Lingmo chest, isn't per se required. It helps a little bit, but mostly what it gets you is 10% less incoming damage, which is nice, but damage-wise,
Location.
it's not that far ahead of just going sacrifice chest and then taking that third piece Lengmo on the
Hostile
knee pad.
construction initiated. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn highlighted.
You will still
doors.
need the other Lengmo pieces, so you will still need then, basically, you're going that route, and Lengmo knee pads, glove, oh no, knee pads, holster, and backpack, or well, the bow, specifically the unstoppable force one. But yeah, the backbone, the I forgot what's 2 waves there.
Keep coming. I'm still standing. Get them off me! Thought that was it.
System disrupted. Console online. System reactivated.
But you just need those pieces, and yeah, sacrifice chest, contractor's glove, coyote. That one is much easier to get as well, of course. Did we already have one on 5? I think we already had one earlier on 5, right? So this is double. Oh no, this is 6. Okay, so this is the first one on 6
New
now.
location. Difficulty rating. Medium.
I've completely lost track. We'll just keep going at it, and hopefully we'll end up loop 7 with less than 100%. And then we'll finish at loop 8 and get our nemesis. Well, first of all, don't worry about that, but actually, I'm not going to allow that word there. As a automat kind of caught a word there. Can't repeat it, but I'll say it.
Hostiles constructing. Hostiles
That's no
spawn
longer kind of a
highlighted
cool
doors.
word to say
Hostile construction initiated.
as a personal tip.
Gonna light you up.
That's fine there. Okay, now at least with braced, I'm doing okay. But as long as I'm in cover. That's also actually one of the downsides of Rat, I find, in comparison to Envy. And that is that because of braced, you kind of want to be in cover. With Envy,
Supply station online.
you're generally setting up kind of, playing a room, like getting set ready to like shoot a door. With Which one don't I have? Oh yeah, I still don't have Allegro. Oh no, if the game gives me an obliterator. 2 in a row. How much does this put me on? This is the last room, right? So this puts me on 84. So
Room selected. Difficulty rating, medium.
3 times or 4 times 3. So we need all the rooms to be hard or higher on the next league
Hostile construction initiated.
for us to succeed.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Which kind of sucks. Maybe we get it. We'll still try. But the second we get one medium and we have to pick it, like there's no hard to pick, that means we're not getting the Nemesis patch. I'm gonna set up that and that. I'll try to not shoot it. Okay. Need to remember to not be in ADS when I try to double tap.
Console online.
And let's put in Allegro. Because for deep runs, this is what you would stack up. For Nemesis runs and stuff, Intimidate isn't per se like a great pick. Because here as well, Bloodsucker and Intimidate, because I'm gonna find, I know already the Nemesis fight, doing it later makes it easier. So I don't need all my talents to like be up and top optimal, because Bloodsucker, I'm not gonna have a way to trigger Bloodsucker because of that. Unless he rushes me, I don't have Intimidate, and it's unlikely to that the Nemesis will rush me down.
Room selected.
But for instance, on a Nemesis run, instead of Intimidate, I would go with Vigilance, and like instead of Bloodsucker, I would likely have taken Plague. But that's because so much more of the run is actually fighting these guys. Like Bloodsucker, Intimidate is really good for these parts. In
Construction initiated. Hostiles constructing.
in the sense, the range for Intimidate is 25 meters. Like that's also like the reason that works out. So. When it becomes 2 waves for the normal rooms, it's 3 waves for the arenas. Where's this last guy? And the amounts of times that I've still hit the reload button is quite high. Even though, of course, I have bullet hell, so it does nothing. But we're also reaching the point where, because of 2 talents, exotic talents, I'm kind of more strong than the enemies. And hey, Mambu. No way I prefer Blade over Bloodsucker at high loops. If you're not going Intimidate, I could see that, especially for instance Sola and stuff, but the thing with Rat, especially if you have 4 players kind of set up in this way, and everybody's kind of up on a door, and all of the doors are within 25 meters and stuff with them, like this works out really well. And Bloodsucker is actually, so one of the few ways where you could have a little bit of survivability is a few blue cores, and what some people do is go like red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, basically, once they have the skill tiers. And with Bloodsucker, you actually generate enough bonus armor that it can make sense. Oh, we're exactly 0. So yeah, we need every room to be hard. on this loop. LED 6. Blue. Dabadiva. I wouldn't date this, especially I have bullet hell, so we don't have to deal with the reload or the small max size of it. That's not a bad choice. Although I should have checked actually what
Activating
skills.
chemical hazard.
Did I grab ammo? I grabbed ammo, right?
Room selected. Difficulty
Didn't grab
rating,
med packs though.
hard.
We can't always go back until we enter that room. Oh, actually, I did grab med packs. Did I use some? Because I'm on 2. I might have instinctively double tapped while instead of getting set on fire or something.
Construct
We can always
hostile
buy
combatant.
the
Hostile
that
constructing.
upgrade or like just the
Hostile
full
spawn from highlighted
set.
doors.
So actually set up here. And now they'll start spawning from 3 doors. So for instance, that guy is outside of intimidate range when I'm solo here. I'm running at the same doors again. What is happening there? I got very distracted.
Console online.
That's not a good sign. Don't know what for sign it is, but it is in fact not a good sign. I'm way too proud of myself for that horrible joke there. Is something embraced? What is even where did this thing even come from, and why is it kind of like animation anchored? But also, why is it? Because normally stuff, I don't know, well, objects usually don't, but like enemies and stuff, like there's a reason, like when they just die, you can kind of like move over them and they'll ragdoll to you, but the rest doesn't. I don't know, well, objects generally, but. Okay. Don't question it. Okay, 2 out of 4. Let's see if we get it. And 7 skill team descent for permanent overcharge. That would be extremely overpowered.
Difficulty rating.
So that's likely not to happen. Also, at least for the skills, yeah, overcharge is
Hostiles
like
constructing.
in terms for the capacitor,
Highlighted doors.
as we kind of had earlier
Hostile
today.
construction initiated.
Looked into, yeah, the overcharge is acting like a 7 tier, but yeah, skills actually don't have their own 7 tier. So overcharge, that's also why overcharge is always triggered by something for the skills. Like it's an extra action on top. Well, they could let you buy just like permanent overcharge. For, yeah, that would be way too good. Let's keep in mind that generally in here as well, I will take, like if I'm going on a deep run, I'm going to take 6 skill tiers anyway. Making one more choice of getting that and then having a lot more damage because of that, that would be LL much. Because I would just be competing against 10 more weapon damage, which especially like on a rotation like this where we have you know, unhinged, so the red cores aren't as needed, or they're not adding in as much as, for instance, with Envy.
Console active.
I'll take a vindictive as well, actually, but wouldn't help against the nemesis, so let's take a liberance now. Can you vegetate? Yeah, except for when sometimes it lets you, especially when you sometimes buy weapons, new weapons. Although they might have fixed that bug, but sometimes you can still hit the reload and it will still work. That's why we quite often unbind it with the NV setup, because sometimes you can still hit it. It won't do anything like bad, except that if you have chatterbox, because then it will count as a reload.
Chemical hazard.
But then usually as well, you can just reload again,
Selected. Difficulty
basically afterwards to
constructing
get it
hostile
fixed. But yeah, you're kind of broken for a little bit, which can be the end of that run if you don't want to.
highlighted doors.
4 chems. So I'm not gonna chase this one. I kind of want to be on top of these 2 doors still, so they'll come eventually to me.
Sure thing. I'll cover it.
Oh,
Console available.
didn't notice that one was there.
Supply station online.
Steady-handed would be better. And yeah, looking for some flame rounds in there as well, although they're not as important here. Wow! Yay! I didn't think we were gonna get it, but yeah, 3%. Actually, oh no, actually, so 5% would have been fine too because we were in 98. Okay, so actually no, we were gonna get it.
Difficulty rating
Anyway.
hard.
Oh, I could have had 14, of course. Yeah, 12, 4. Yeah, so one room would have been 14. So
Hostile
Hey.
construction.
well, at least
initiated.
as long as we actually
Hostiles
get her done,
constructing.
we'll get the
Hostile
Nemesis
spawn
patch.
from
But
highlighted doors.
Nemesis as well, if you really just want to get a Nemesis run in, because, well, you know, we generally fight it after loop 4, the fastest we can, and that is once you kind of know how to do it, that's perfectly consistent. If you just want to get a Nemesis in a run done, it's maybe easier to just take it to loop 5 or 6, at the very least. Because the Nemesis doesn't scale up well in comparison to, in comparison to, you know, how much we'll gain from those few loops. Especially if you know how to make, you know, decent choices.
Console.
So the Nemesis fight at this point, I'm expecting to be, not per se a pushover. Nemesis can still always kick your ass, but... No, it's like that surgical up, get the blitz rate triggered more. My blitz rate is pretty high. So. No, both how I stack leadership for this one and door cam. You could do that, although the thing is that comes at a cost as well, right? For leadership to get up to decent amounts, you have to invest quite heavily into it, which deeper in a run, I quite often take leadership like deep into a run, but usually early on, not so much.
Difficulty rating.
Also, it's like adding to complexity.
Hostile construction initiated.
One of the things I feel is very important
Hostiles
for
constructing.
deeper runs
Hostile
is just
spawn from highlighted
keep it simple
doors.
so that you don't just tire yourself out mentally, because quite often how deep you go is so much a factor of, you know, if you're mentally still viable to actually continue the run.
System malfunctioning. System back online.
Especially solo runs, I feel most of the time for me to end when I just start becoming mentally tired and just start making mistakes. And let's already set this up. And even with those few intimidates, it's very noticeable when I am and I'm not an intimidator.
System disrupted. System reactivated.
Because when I am, stuff melts.
System curtailed.
That's why I think as well, Rat is pretty good for 4-man
System
especially.
back online.
Not that Envy is bad for it, but Rat definitely
System
works well enough,
disrupted.
especially if you're doing it in a group. And hey, third exotic. Plague or Adaptive? I think I'm gonna go with Plague, even though my weapons aren't kind of rolled towards it, but Adaptive for this loop and the Nemesis fight isn't. Especially solo, some of the rooms will be. Although as well, I don't have to pick hard rooms anymore. I can just pick whatever. Let's go Plague still now. Just for the consistency. And yeah, we ended the loop 7 on 96, so we'll go to loop 8. And on loop 8, we'll reach 100, and that means Nemesis patch. Yeah. I take that mentality. I mean, yeah. One of the biggest overlooked parts is kind of people's ability to... I could replace my fire with a foam. Just help with the Nemesis, but actually, yeah, I don't care about this Nemesis fight. This Nemesis fight shouldn't be hard at all. Let's go with a blue pistol. Although, yeah, shouldn't be doesn't mean won't be. Shouldn't be means I should be able to pull this out. And yeah, we don't need hard rooms anymore,
New
so
location. Difficulty
easy
rating.
rooms
Easy.
just to get there quicker.
Hostile
Because
construction.
on easy rooms,
initiated.
it's just going to mark the 3 doors
Constructing hostile combatant.
that they're going to spawn from. So also I'll know which doors to come. One of the things you want to do often as well is, if you can, setting up on a door to look into it when they spawn. One of the things I see a bunch of people do kind of badly is, for instance, on this door or something, setting up here and trying to shoot. Thing is, when they're in the door, they don't fire at all until they exit. So you can get a few of them down quite often before they even start firing back. Secondly, when those doors open, they can shoot through the doors. We can't. So if you're setting up here, for instance, and you're trying to shoot them, those doors will be open and they can shoot you. You can't shoot them. So usually, so for instance, for this, the place to set up would be kind of like here. So you can kind of be far away, and then preferably here even, because you can shoot at this and be in cover from everything else. And then, you know, you have some distance as well. Because your positioning is kind of super important in here. Let's get that unhinged up one more. I have some steady handeds now, so. Is there anything I
Difficulty
should
rating,
still take?
medium.
Not particularly. Just get my reds up higher.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Constructing hostile combatant.
And a little bit of unhingedness there, even on the chem. That's kind of the reason I like the fire chem so much for up to like 15, loop 15-ish. Because it works really well. Oh, that's weird. Because I can kind of clear a whole wave out. That guy's dead next to me. I shot him twice and then they're on fire.
Console available.
Like an optimized by. You know what? Yeah, let's get that steady on it even higher.
Extreme heat
2 more rooms
signature
and then
detected.
Nemesis.
Room
Although yeah, I think
selected.
this run was like an hour or something. That's the reason we don't do Nemesis run like this
Construction initiated.
normally.
Hostiles
It
constructing.
just takes too long.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Nope. Pulled out the cam by accident.
Console available.
Might buy some
Supply
AR
station
ammo
online.
here. Stay some strained. Oh, a little bit of surgical. How's that? So, flame rounds for the pistol. It's one of the better tools against the Nemesis. If you just need an oh shit button, basically, just pull out the pistol, set them on flames. It'll save you. It'll get you like a few seconds, and that might save you. Or you can just get them to pop up for a few seconds, and you can kill them. Yeah, it's the workshop. I prefer usually over there.
Entering new room.
I could use more
Difficulty
reds. I was like,
rating, medium.
does any of these yellows help me?
Hostiles
Not
constructing.
really.
Hostile spawn from highlighted
And the 3 doors are marked, so
Hostile
one of the things is
construction
well,
initiated.
when you see then one door isn't marked, that's the door that isn't marked then. Although not all rooms have 4 doors, because boilers is 5 doors, so sometimes that's why I hate boilers. It makes things more convoluted than they need to be. You blow that up. No shooting.
Console available.
I don't mind an obliterate 6 there. Yeah. Boss fight, Nemesis fight.
Poison gas hazard activated. Entering new room. Difficulty rating. High value target. Constructing hostile combatant. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Tiny pesty dick there. You know, sometimes those cars are kind of good for it's kind of waste of ammo, but I have so much time, I don't care. Oh, there's even a... Starting perfectly behind that pillar. What a bitch. Oh, nothing's coming there. Unhinged there being a little bit of an ass, but it's also a good thing because yeah, I'll go actually into the Nemesis fight with a little bit steady-handed stacked, enough to offset it, and then kind of have it for a minute. 4 exotic talents. Okay. Do I want to take something instead of adaptive? I could take adaptive now. Although, yeah, the Nemesis is going to be dead by the time. That's fine. He might throw his... well, he's going to throw a blinder firefly at me. I might be able to shoot it out of the air for a bloodsucker stack. But I'm not expecting much issues here. My skills are also good because, yeah, the Demolisher is going to turn into a blinder firefly for him. The fire chem will turn into a fire chem. Weird, I know. How many? Oh yeah, don't need to refill med packs. Already have max ammo. So let's just take some explosive ammo there and some hollow points on the LMG. I'll open up with the LMG.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Nemesis.
Okay, this shouldn't be a hard fight. I'm gonna also try to, because solo, it seems pretty consistent to be able to force the spawn. It seems to be that it spawns in your line of sight.
Nemesis.
And what that basically means, if I just line it up here and kind of just look here,
System malfunctioning.
sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Also, it might just be fully random, or it might be that I shouldn't, like, I can't be that close. Because sometimes the times I've gotten it to work, I've been a little further away. Could have taken some shots of opportunity at that blinder.
System reactivated.
That's over already.
Simulation.
Because yeah, when you
terminated.
fight them at loop 8,
data.
all you really need is one good hit. But yeah, that getting the lucky headshot in there for the blind was over. Anyway, just in case, I'm gonna continue and go to actually loop 9 and then exit there. Although, well, that shouldn't matter, but let's do that anyway. But yeah, when you fight him on like loop 7 or 8, it can be as anticlimactic as that. Because you can outscale the Nemesis by a lot. It's kind of like with all RPGs, like you can do it later and then what would I have gotten talents or skill wise and stuff? Nothing to get. Any boss from here? No. Then we shall touch the mushroom and exit out. How long did that take? 131. That takes way too long. And yeah, let's hope we get the... Oh. Let's hope we get a crash, because that's what I got. That should be fine, though. We should still get our rewards when we load back in. I don't think I've ever crashed coming out of Descent. We've had others crash that way sometimes. I don't think I've ever crashed that way. So, there's a first. And yeah, let's load back up. Let's make sure that did not break my audio. I think actually my audio is no longer breaking since they updated Easy Anti-Cheat, so that's good. Because that one was definitely the cause of it, Easy Anti-Cheats. With even other games would sometimes break the audio. At least with my deck. No weapons you got a way to use because you find them fun. I mean, it kind of depends on
Entering safe area.
how much of a stickler or the word meta kind of takes up there. Because technically, Pestilence isn't meta. Like, that talent isn't worth that much investment and stuff. But the thing is, you can get some utility out of it that is very, like, worthwhile. Because a Pestilence kind of comes to mind quite often as well. Well, Nemesis, well, it's kind of meta, but kind of like using Nemesis here and there sometimes for sniping. Oh, actually, yeah, we did get, because once we load in, we get our rewards there, and I did get actually the Burden of Truth Nemesis. Let's actually see how that looks like. And we already had the Burden of Truth here. Although, yeah, these are just all reskins kind of... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Yeah, this is a... Oh, no. So this is a Nemesis. Yeah. Wait, where's the season one? Burden of Truth here. Because I did get tier 4. That's kind of in the same style. And we'll get the tier 1 eventually. On some of these, I don't have the tier 1s. On others, I do. Kind of feel bad not getting the tier 1s now in those other ones. And we got a reconstructed cache as well from Nemesis. But yeah, I'm not going to actually try to hang on to these. So we're just going to pop them. I have all the blueprints already. I have a ton in my stash. I have enough currency saved up to buy as many as they could add anyway. So trying to keep one in there is not worth it for me. Also, yeah, for other weapons. So some of the weapons I've kind of like a little bit of attachment to. For instance, the Mark 16, I quite like the way that it handles and kind of shoots. So I still
Priority objective available.
even use it up. For instance, this character still has a Mark 16 on them, which is like one of the first god roll items I got. Well, yeah, true god rolls with the detox and free talentable.
Good to see you.
Back before optimization even existed, so those were much more valuable. So kind of have like sentimental attachment to that one.
Thank you, Agent.
Yeah, so I do use a lot of weapons, and sometimes, I mean, this is even now, for instance, Backfire, I kind of now as well, so kind of like using, but you could actually consider Backfire meta. I mean, it's the thing used for speedrunning Incursion at this point, so how much more meta can you get than it's being used in a speed run that kind of gets like world records? How do you fix the Descent to improve it? Honestly, I'm kind of fine with it as is. Getting some more additions to it, getting 2 more rotations, maybe them balancing out the rotations a little bit. Gluttony definitely could use something more. Like them playing around with that. But I wouldn't be expecting too much out of
Nice to see you, Agent.
continued development there. That's kind of usually how the game modes go. Summit had kind of the same. It came in, got like a season or 2 of changes and upgrades, and Summit definitely, the original version would be unrecognizable to a lot of people now in its structure and stuff. Like, it was fixed difficulty, so you had to do the first 20 floors or something on easy, which kind of just sucked. And then you had to do the last 10 floors on legendary, which again sucked. And then it was like on higher floors, you would start getting random directives, and then it would go like from 1 to 2 to 3 random directives. And especially the last 10 floors, those legendary floors, you had to do them with 3 random directives. So what happened was that you would get out of the elevator. If you were in a team altogether, you would go like, nope, not these directives. Murder yourself with a grenade and, respawn and hope you get different directives. Stuff like that. And then they changed it to what it is now, which is much better. Same for actually Countdown. Countdown like started with just 3 fixed countermeasures. Now it has like a bunch and stuff, and kind of small fixes and Descent as well. It did get a bunch of upgrades the first few seasons after it came out with like some wouldn't consider the rotations upgrade, but that was kind of needed for them to add more talents into it, because it was balanced around like the original set of talents, and then they added a bunch in, and now the rotations are there just to keep the balance, because otherwise, if you could pick any talent at random, first of all, Nemesis runs would suck, which was already the case the seasons before that, or the season before that, they added even a few more talents with the rotation, so it was going to suck even more. But it's also there for balance. Glad needs to disappear. Doesn't need to disappear, it just needs to actually be competitive with the rest. Because for the other 4, you could definitely make a case for each of them, because even, for instance, Sloth is very powerful for deep runs. Let's actually see what's the, because kind of have like another half hour, but that's also kind of likely at most. You know what I might do actually is, let's take it back to that character 2. I was messing around with like a headhunter setup here. Let's take that more out and kind of play around with it with the modifier on and stuff. And farm a few bounties along the way. And then we'll call it after. And tomorrow I'll stitch together that video, get it up for in the evening.
Safe area entered.
And in the evening we'll jump in. I will likely jump in first with Division 2 and just mess around. At worst, as well will. I have some watch alt runs to do if I choose to not partake in the 5 times. Or if I haven't decided yet. We'll see if it is 5 times for a week and it's still just 1,000 levels. I might just, do my like weekly things and just not per se go for the 5 times. But then Wednesday we'll likely jump into Div 1. Mess around there. Gosh, 139. We've had like deltas on 20s and stuff. I haven't ever crashed like really deep. Well, knock on wood. But yeah, it's annoying sometimes that. But at least for me nowadays, I haven't had much issues with the sound. Even there, like that wasn't an issue. That was on exit, so it didn't matter. All it did was take me a second to boot up again. I didn't lose anything. So yeah, let's go run this. We're gonna run with the modifier. I'm gonna leave out the hive. I'm gonna go shield and tactician drone, spotting drone. And then here we'll take yeah, fortified shield and the other ones. Because with even a 0-tier shield, we have 2.7 there. One of the choices I could make is just to blue core 2 of these. But I would need different pieces than I have now, so. Good thing something changed. Yeah. Although, well, that original version had its charm as well, because yeah, it forced you into like legendary for those last 10 floors, which was kind of an interesting thing, and definitely was a challenge getting to the hunters. But honestly, the more annoying thing was like basically I was like 20 floors first on normal and then 30 floors on hard or something, and yeah, like there was no value there. But yeah, kind of forcing you into legendary was interesting. A little bit of an interesting thing, at least. The downside of this thing is I was thinking, or I was hoping, that this thing could actually, at least with a grade 25 weapon, that it could start on on a purple. It can't. It reaches like 5.5 and it would need like 6.3 for a, even with a grade 25, which I'm not using now. Wait, wasn't there an activity here? Oh, actually, also I have no directives. Huh? Let's get some directives right now. True Sons out here? What? Oh, hi. That makes a lot more sense. Like, what the hell is True Sons doing out here? But yeah, it was a name group. So let's have all the directives on, of course. It's nighttime, so not much is spawning. I would go for a control point or something. Let's go for this territory while we wait. Till something to spawn. It's actually interesting how many small changes that there have been to the game. That like, I kind of, or well, some people still remember them. I kind of also just remember them sometimes and like not always. But things like not being able to fast travel to invaded missions, which is still a thing as well at like level 30 and below and stuff. Not being able to fast travel to theater or campus when it's blockaded and like the shop doesn't work either. Stuff like that, which all got changed over time, made it easier. Because in the past, even it was when Roosevelt was invaded, usually Potomac was invaded too, and the thing was just you did Potomac and just ran all the way from Potomac through that bridge and that whole fight there to get to Roosevelt and get invaded, which was a whole thing.
Detected.
Or it was like, who has Taxi Graveyard on green? Like, who has this already captured so we can make that run? Even stuff like that. Like, the game now is quite different than back then in a lot of the small things like that. Oh, even tinkering. Like, I feel everybody kind of forgot that tinkering got added and it's now just something that we 100% take for granted. They could be coming from that side or that side. They're likely coming from that side, otherwise the spotting drone would have spotted them. And they spawn so far out there that I'm just gonna fire a shot, see if I can get some reaction. This place is always like this, especially with rain, it's gonna be even worse. Oh no, they did actually. Wait, this one is also so far that it's like beyond the range? That seems, because yeah, these guys are out of combat. They couldn't find me, so they gave up.
Hostile control point detected. access key
What is
detected.
in front of that guy? Something is in front of him. And the one thing I need to remember is, yeah, with scavenge skills, I need to not put my shield away once I pull it out, unless I have a scavenge skill, and then also I need to not deconstruct my drone, or yeah, I need to deconstruct my drone and then grab ammo, or grab pickups, skill tissues. Oh yeah, I need to go back in. Wait, what does it say? Okay. Oh, that's for the control point. Okay. We're so far gone. It said neutralize hostile still. I was like, pretty sure I killed everybody. That was invaded, yeah. I mean, that bridge is kind of designed to be always a hell. Like, it just keeps spawning a bunch of stuff. Sometimes you were just stuck on that bridge for forever. But even stuff like targeted loot. Actually, the game did not start with targeted loot in it. That didn't come until like part way into year 1. Because yeah, it was definitely still before Gear 2.0 before we got it. But I think it was like the last 3 or 4 months before we got year 2, basically. You wanna spawn anything, game? It's nighttime, so it doesn't want to spawn much. I'd rather stick to Outcast. You know what? Let's go for a control point. Let's actually take this thing to a control point. Normally, I wouldn't take a rifle build to a control point, but oh yeah, let's just yeah, let's not fast travel there. Let's actually go for New Venice. If I fast travel to a safe house, I'll lose all my ammo. When on name buses from the one new mission, I get obliterated. I mean, yeah. The bosses and stuff in that game were a lot stronger. Other thing to remember, actually, a lot of like Div 2 as well. A lot of us run, you know, fully optimized builds and stuff, of course. So it becomes quite the difference than, you know, optimization also kind of didn't get added until like part way into year 2.
Serious trauma detected.
So we used to do a lot of the bosses and stuff there with less optimized gear. One of the things that is kind of sad about, you know, server-based game, live service games kind of thing, is that unless there's like a really popular reason, like, you know, classic WoW, or, you know, people take it upon themselves to run servers for it, because for Division and stuff, like, none of this has been reverse engineered in any way. And there isn't the interest to kind of run private servers or anything. But those things do allow you to go back to kind of a different age of the game. Because also just gear, like Scorpio didn't always exist. Eclipse didn't always exist. Strikers didn't well, Strikers didn't even exist in its current form until pretty recently. And of course, I finished him off without a headshot. Wait, so can my second? Okay, so that's one upgrade about this against the Headhunter Tech Tank. So the second shot can be an elite. Or the second kill can be an elite.
Here's a real tough guy.
Although actually, so I don't have enough for if this spawns an LMG named. I don't have enough for him. Although I'll likely put him on one shot. Like the next shot will kill him. But I can't keep my determinants going. I do like the snappiness of this thing, so we'll likely add it as is to the build collection. But I was hoping it would be able to reach the point of a purple kill. Actually, no. Let's go set up down there. Also, actually, I should pop my drone. My drone is actually a really good tool. Just CCs for me. I just looked at New York in Division 2 because cleaners and records are very easy to do. There's checking that one, yeah. I mean, in general, Division 1 is a little bit easier. Although the thing is, once you reach kind of endgame and have a fully set up gear, you can kind of blow through stuff
Reinforcements en route.
just as much in Div 1 as you can in Div 2.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
What? How is that not a headshot?
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So yeah, that's the downside of the spotting drone. When you get headshot on these kind of guys. We got it there. Finally.
This place will be cleansed. All going down.
Alright, so the second shot being able to do an elite is by itself a valuable trait. And we can always open up with the TAC 50 or something.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
What did I mean? Anyway, I don't have enough for this guy.
Vital signs critical.
Let's just get him out of here. So I can recycle the drone. Because this does have the ability to kind of snapshot, which hotshot with marksman rifle doesn't. Just because how quickly you get your aim to align. I was gonna say I can jump down here.
Access
Yeah,
unlocked.
not that spot friendly. There's a Stalker Hunter nearby. And I know exactly where he is. Although, actually, I was hoping we'd be able to shoot him, but he's up there somewhere. Just waiting for him to exodus out. Or maybe he ran away already when I kind of aimed up there and shot up there. Usually when you shoot in their general direction, they just know that right away. And good morning there, back. Although, well, for me, it is good night as it is 1 at night, so it's, I'm guessing indeed you're most of the way somewhere that away around this planet. Time zones, how do they work? But yeah, good whatever's to you as well. How did I get the mask? Wait, this one? Or the clown mask, you know? Or this one was paid for, right? This one you had to buy. I think is the only way to get it. It was one of the bundles at one time. Let me catch up to some of it here. I love that someone reverse engineer Battlefield 3 servers back in the create online LAN mod has ton of fun. Yeah. And yeah, sometimes it is also, well, even more so, for instance, some games like Legends or not Legends, what am I talking about? Classic WoW. Basically, because that used to exist as like private servers. Even for instance, for me, I was kind of actually like a week ago or two, I was revisiting Star Wars Galaxies, and that's kind of now been reverse engineered, and like people are running different versions of it and stuff. It's kind of cool to go back to, you know, different times on a familiar game. And would love that as well with Division. We could actually do it maybe in some form, you know, just in some video form, basically. Just watch a video, just kind of point out some of the things. Well, the thing is, when you're playing it, it's quite different. It's pretty easy to kind of remember of like, oh yeah, like, yeah, we can't fast travel here. That's why we're walking. We can't fast travel to the theater when it's like blockaded, and if you want the shop there as well, because also as well the shop would not show up at all, so you would have to actually clear the blockade if you wanted the like a vendor item there or something. Just have to continue as stage upper scan screws over the rest of your group. I'm pretty sure he's wrong, but doesn't he's trying that on his I see blacklist, but they then still count as blacklist kills for them. Wait, so my testing he's shown. Wait, do you mean just has shown? Okay, I'm guessing. That means I see blacklisted, but they don't still count as blacklisted kills for them. I haven't actually tried out paying attention to that in a group setting. Like if it has to be you applying the blacklist. Could be, but also still wouldn't matter. Like that's... Then you can always just go and coordinate and go like, hey, I'm still getting this thing. Can you guys help me out and let me do the Reaper scan? And this guy still exists and still dropping harvests all over the floor. I wonder if they're just gonna keep him like this, because yeah, Valentine's event is now also over. Was it did change him to be the normal version? He did, like, since the Valentine event started, he didn't have the, he no longer had the Santa mask. But he's still dropping items, so it's weird. I'm gonna get the gear from the next event. Glad we still have 1 week left. We're going for level 30 as a payment of the house. We'll do some work. Years. Yeah. Oh, you already have a house, I'm guessing then. Because I do remember, like, when you buy the game, nowadays, I had that with a buddy of mine, but then you get, like, a special cache, and that gets you, like, 1 exotic already at the very start of the game that you can't even equip. It's kind of odd, but...
Got to be more careful. You're going down.
And that guy has frenzy, but he's not showing it. Actually, what am I doing? Oh, and now purples show up and set me on fire.
Serious trauma detected.
There we go. Now that we have our headender stacked up.
Idiot can never keep his head.
Yeah, I kind of miss a scope just for the ADS
Armored hostile detected.
being so much more. Actually, let's call them in. Let's maybe even have chance at rogues.
Reinforcements.
Not sure I'll deal with rogues. I think I'll just swap to the Diamondback at that point. But... as well, I can deconstruct my drone and have a fresh one right away.
Incoming hostiles detected.
As well, I got to keep my stack. And one of the things that is actually happening is there are enemies that aren't showing frenzy, but then you'll just see them regen. So that issue is still there. But also we still have
Heavily armored hostile detected.
That's also in other stuff because also negotiator still sometimes doesn't show it marks. Pestilence sometimes doesn't show it marks. No rogues, no rogues. Well, we have a public there. Let's actually go get that. Maybe even while we still have a stack.
Unlocked.
Definitely there.
You see me hit them?
Okay, that second shot being able to be an elite is kind of nice. Because that's definitely something that the Heartbreaker or the Headhunter Tech Tank
Detecting
definitely
additional hostile contacts.
has as an issue, but that's also, yeah, it's a price you pay for it.
I'm reloading. Got you covered. Fire! Over there. Trying to get behind it.
Let's deconstruct this thing.
Friendly control point nearby.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll add this thing into the build collection. As a replacement of the Ninja Bike marksman version, which I like barely used in the end.
I would be dead. Thank you.
Let's get this public as well. I might go around the back and get the thing itself as well. Yeah, let me catch up here. The clan. Yeah, this one was a bot one. You had to. It was just in the store at some point. I might rerun those. They're quite often, for instance, as well. Like this Kajika one, this Parnell one, or well, this Drago one. Although the helmet last time didn't work, although this time it does. And this Parnell one. Like all of these are ones that have been in here before, and they've been rerunning them. So maybe that's this clan one. I mean, 1st of April, I would think would be whatever week 1st of April kind of falls in would be maybe a good date for that. One would think. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it might show up again as a bundle. It wasn't one of the ones that they made like a permanent outfit, right? No, this doesn't seem to be in that style. Because there's a bunch of them that are kind of like, these were also bundles, but then they kind of stuck around. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this one is not part of. Because yeah, most of these other ones are the apparel events that we had. But I might reappear with time. But I kind of like it. Part of a discussion today, I did like there was some dude that was very confident of himself, and
Hostile control point nearby.
he called me a clown. I put it on the Discord as well. I just like one of the comments, and kind of enjoyed actually. Yeah, kind of telling him off. It's kind of way I posted it. I felt pretty good about how I told him off. But they called me a clown at some point, so I've just been, you know. He was so convincing, he convinced me. Oh, shit.
Medical assistance needed.
Shield. I can't put it away and pull it back out.
Hostiles detected.
Scavenge skills, sometimes deadly. But yeah, thing is as well, I've actually the build being decent makes me confident, and I respawned here just to not lose my ammo, because if we went safe house we would. Let's actually go get this public, because this would still be okay as well. It is Outcast 2. Of the friends basket by running Reaper scan, you can see them, but I could, and the count in the skill count if you kill them.
Hostiles
Okay,
guarding
yeah, that
location
sounds
nearby.
about right. But sometimes, yeah, the blacklist doesn't show. I definitely noticed that. Like the blacklist, same as like the frenzy, doesn't show, but they have it. I was kind of getting confused by that in BTS. I was reviewing some footage and I was like, I killed this guy and it was this like 2%, and I killed this guy and it got like 20%. What happened? And yeah, they had like a blacklist that wasn't showing, was the actual answer. But yeah, I'm pretty sure like it doesn't matter who's getting the blacklist marks, it'll still count for everyone. So I don't think that person is right.
It must be.
So you go tell them IKEA tells me. I don't think you're right. Also, your breath stinks.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Randomly. Let's go kill these guys. Because the one case you could make is blacklist enemies, technically as well, can be, you know, they're not just the benefit. If they shoot you, it makes your bar drain faster. So that's like a case to be made against it, but that's like, okay, but you kill them and you gain much more than you lose overall. Alright. Do it again. Listen, we need 3 pickups for the drone, so we even need to go get one more.
I owe you my life. Thank you. Thank you.
But there are some, so.
Target near you.
Yeah. Not gonna actually do it. The Benny. At least not now. Yeah. Let's cover that territory and get the control point there, and we'll call it. Closing the one that's very generous. We got even some stuff from the beta testing days. Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't remember. I do remember, yeah, that like somebody else that bought it, and they were very confused because I think you even get like a gear set piece and then like one one exotic piece or something. And people like didn't know what to do with that quite often. But actually in the end, I remember like they had one like non-classified gear set piece, and in the end it was just like, hey, just sell that one because that'll get you a ton of credits. More than enough to just buy all, like whatever you would want to buy, because you can just buy level appropriate weapons and stuff on.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key
Nah.
detected.
I'm playing
Serious
it
trauma
way too
detected.
fast and way too loose.
Agent vital signs 0.
We get a farmer to follow you, attract. God damn it, Maggie. Because yeah. How do you get a farm girl to fall in love with you? Attractor. Although well, that one's kind of stretching it because yeah, it's like you kind of have to really lay into the or her being or there at the end.
Let's do this.
Was it the limit time bundle? Yeah. No slew of incorrect statements. For example, recommended seasonal builds for golden cannot have modified engineer rookies. That sounds about right for some people. Somebody linked me as well to our very own idiot in a yellow
Detected.
raincoat,
In proximity.
and he's made a video where he goes like, yeah, no, Ravenous is targeted in the D, or well, Rifles is targeted in DZ, so go for Ravenous. Ravenous does not come from targeted at all, so targeted like actually doesn't matter at all for it, nor does like Eagle in ARs or stuff like that. So, but yeah, that's what you get when people that kind of barely understand the systems like talk as if they actually understand the systems. And the thing is, like, it's not hard to understand the systems. Like, you don't have to even do much of your own testing. You just can rely on the collective, basically. Because if you had just asked in even like one place where there's a few sensible people, you would have gotten the answer of none of those exotics come from targeted source, so targeted loot, whatever the targeted loot is set, doesn't matter. It's the same as setting it to ARs in legendary summits, or when you're like floor 10 farming, doesn't help. Like, it's not coming from targeted loot, so
Heavily armored hostile
it
detected.
doesn't matter. Actually, I'm gonna call them in again here as well. Same reason. Let's see if we get rogues, how hard I die. And this time, I didn't put my shield away like a dumbass. And I live.
Detecting
Kill
additional
surprise.
hostile contacts.
Surprise kill. Kelly is surprised. Who is Kelly? Are you Kelly? Or are Kelly Kelly? If you're asking yourself, has this man lost his mind? I'll point you that I never had. You can't lose what you don't have, man. Yeah. It's time for bed. Well, let's run this ad and then
Heavily armored hostile detected.
oh no, there. It's actually be in optimal range, because I'll need that for the named, because that shot needs to be 22-ish, 21-ish. CB guaranteed. Oh, hey. Rugs. Rouges.
Rogue agent detected.
Yeah, it's what I already said. Oh, one of them has Oxy? That's a good start. Yeah, so let's go with we're bringing Diamonds back. These modern rogues, they don't know how to not get marked by it.
Hostile incinerator turret detected.
That was an incinerator turret. Okay, that's kind of it's hard to hit that, apparently. There we go.
Rogue agent eliminated.
There, yeah. The drone did most of the work.
Nearby. Supply room access unlocked.
Ouch.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Got me in my butt. Yeah, let me catch up
They
here.
could be waiting.
It's on the gold edition to only for the end game, and a pistol you can use to reach level 5. That's really sure. Okay. Oh, actually, well, that's a defiler one, right? That's shotgun in that slot. That one's actually I used it as well, like at level 5 for a little bit with this like latest character I was doing. A lot of people I never heard of before. Mr. Version was buying the best round, yeah. Realize the thing beauty, yeah. Although this isn't as fast as because this has a decent amount of handling, but also not as much. I mean, there's 71 on the reload speed, so 31 in. Wait, where's the rest of the reload coming from? Was it? This has 15. This has a 20 reload. Oh wait, this is also from the tiers here. That's still showing. I was in tier 3 there. Because yeah, the Headhunter Tech Tank with its 121 reload speed, that thing. I do love the reload there, especially because actually let's run it for a second as this comparison point. Especially the Ninja Bike version with the double 30s, where we get 121 reload speed, like, because yeah, it's just especially seeing a clown do it is even, for some reason, even funnier there. But this thing then has a downside of, yeah, it has a much better shield, but yeah, it only can really start on a red and then go to a purple and then an elite. At least this other setup can definitely start on a purple, or definitely start on a red. A purple is 2 shots, and then the second shot can already be an elite. So. Because it likely will add this setup tomorrow into the collection. It's also kind of nice for this guy because it reuses a few parts, so his inventory is a little bit emptier than it used to be. This guy was on like 140 something. As his normal item loadout, and yeah, it's 134 now. Because we're reusing this chest, for instance, and this thing, and also the weapon and other builds. But yeah, that'll be for tomorrow. For now, though, let's actually, in the background, I'm going to go, as we always do, I'm going to go find somebody for us to raid in a minute for the Twitch viewers here. Who do I want to go with? Actually, you know what? We'll go with the Big Red Tiger. Seems to be doing a 24-hour streams. So, and yeah, he could maybe use some company there. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, that video will go up that we recorded earlier today with visualizing stats, and we'll get that up and running. And then in the evening, I'll be around with the stream normal time. I might be able to start an hour or so earlier, but definitely not in the afternoon or evening, or afternoon or like morning or afternoon. That's the worst I'm looking for. And then in the evening, I'll be there. And yeah, we'll kind of mess around with the 5 times. We'll mess around a little bit with Golden Bullet likely, and also likely make a start on, well, we'll add this build into the build collection. Likely that's what the chores will be that we'll do. But maybe as well have a starting look at how we want to do the AR, like on build update kind of thing to that spreadsheet. That already exists. We'll just update it to the new numbers, but I kind of want to maybe give it a visual upgrade and stuff as well. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I hope you guys had some fun and enjoyed your times here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, so maybe see some of you then. But for now, as always, have a good night.